Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Matthew is getting stronger again. That's the hurricane battering the Bahamas, now about 50 miles south of Nassau.
The winds are up. The pressure is dropping. We see an eye now.
The wind up to 125 miles an hour, and Fox meteorologist Janice Dean says Matthew could keep strengthening before taking aim at Florida later today.
The eye wall coming very close to West Palm Beach and then making, we don't know if it's going to make a landfall yet, but coming so close. Friday, we're still dealing with this eye wall all up towards Georgia and the Carolinas.
And just ahead of the impact,
people are making their last-minute preparations, boarding up their homes and buying bread, water, and flashlights.
Fox's Brian Yennis in Sebastian Inlet, Florida.
Some 1.5 million Floridians are being urged to evacuate along the entire east coast of the state. People living in low-lying areas, barrier islands, and mobile homes are under mandatory evacuations. It's not just Florida either. Governor Nikki Haley ordering the evacuation of some 1 million people along the coastal areas all along South Carolina, like Charleston.
The storm is blamed for at least 16 deaths in the Caribbean and a lot of destruction in Haiti. In Turkey and ISIS, in Syria, taking credit for a car bombing in a village that killed at least 20 people, some opposition fighters backed by Turkey. He worked for the same firm as Edward Snowden, a former Navy officer charged with stealing classified information.
The Justice Department says Harold Thomas Martin III from Maryland was arrested in late August after search warrants executed at his home and vehicle showed he had top secret and highly classified documents in hard copy format as well as digital. The FBI says Martin admitted to them he knew he shouldn't have kept such documents in his home or car.
That's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. In baseball's playoffs, the San Francisco Giants shut out the New York Mets 3-0 to win the National League wild card game. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
Skies in Chicago are partly cloudy this morning. We have some early chilly temperatures, 59 degrees at O'Hare, 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer, good morning. I'm Mike Scott, a Southwest suburban student this morning, accused of threatening to shoot up Hinsdale South High School, faces felony weapons charges. DuPage County prosecutors saying yesterday the 16-year-old promised a Southa cost, according to prosecutors at the Darien School, and made specific threats against fellow students on Monday. Investigators searching the teen's home found firearms, explosives, gas masks, and uniforms. It's being held at a juvenile facility for the time being. Chicago aldermen are moving forward with Mayor Emanuel's plan to reform the city's system of investigating police misconduct. Mayor said the city took that step forward yesterday after the city council approved an ordinance replacing the Independent Police Review Authority with his new Civilian Office of Police Accountability.
These are changes we should make and want to make to give people the confidence that there's accountability, there's oversight.
Emanuel did receive much criticism for postponing the appointment of a civilian panel in charge of choosing a permanent chief for COPA. Cook County Sheriff's Police and Homeland Security officers say the arrest of a Mount Prospect woman is part of a crackdown on a nationwide human trafficking operation unsealed in Minneapolis this week. After an 18-month investigation, authorities announced that 17 have been arrested in 5 states, charged with running that sex slave ring. An autopsy planned later today on the body of an 8-year-old refugee from the Congo who died just after landing in Chicago. Customs officials say young David Deimi landed at O'Hare with his family on a flight from Dubai. Customs agents reportedly noticed the boy looked ill and called paramedics, where he was later pronounced dead. Chicago aldermen want to tear down that honorary Trump Plaza street sign in front of Donald Trump's near Northside skyscraper. AM 560's David Stewart took a look.
Alderman Brendan Riley says Trump's reference to Chicago as a war zone was the last straw, on top of what he calls a racist anti-immigrant campaign. 46 aldermen support taking down the street signs. Mayor Emanuel quipped,
We'll put the sign back up when he releases his tax returns.
Emanuel says he disagrees with Trump on many things, including his call for stop and frisk, but he said,
Don't just take a sign down. Let's make sure we mobilize and get out and vote because it's a very important and big election.
Not signing on to the plan is Alderman Ed Burke, who represents Trump in property assessment appeals. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
2 19-year-olds this morning face charges in federal court for allegedly being hackers for hire. launching attacks on private and corporate computers, including some in this state. Charges unveiled named Zachary Buchata of Maryland and Bradley Wilhelm van Rooij of the Netherlands, accusing them of operating a dark web website that allowed paying customers to launch attacks that cripple computer networks. A lawyer for former Bulls player Derrick Rose says a rape lawsuit against him is what he calls a, quote, sad effort, end quote, for money. Attorney Mark Bout vigorously denied accusations against Rose and told jurors in opening statements Wednesday that the accuser willingly had sex with Rose and two friends and exaggerated how much she had to drink. Rose was not in court but is expected to appear later today as testimony continues. Some good business news for Northern Illinois. A new manufacturing plant will make interior cockpit components for the new Jeep Cherokee. State Representative Joe Sosnowski, a Rockford Republican, announcing that Yangfeng Automotive Interiors will open a plant near Belvedere where the Jeep Cherokee will be made at the Fiat Chrysler plant. 500 new jobs and over $30 million in capital investment. Giants against the Cubs in Game 1 of the NLDS. After Madison Bumgarner threw a four-hitter and the Giants advance with a wild card shutout of the Mets. Bears wide receiver Kevin White on IR with a fractured left fibula, the same leg, the same stress fracture, same leg that caused him to miss his entire rookie season, will keep him out of this season as well. The news service of Napa Auto Parts. When you pick up the 99-cent reusable bag from participating Napa Auto Parts stores, you're not just getting a bag, you're getting 20% off the stuff you put in it. That's Napa know-how while supplies last. Minimum 3 items purchased. Some restrictions apply. Offer expires 10/31/16. 5:06 is our time. We'll get a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Image One, the Heartland Institute, and by The Range at 355.
It's a jungle out there. You've neglected the lawn and landscaping. You didn't mean to. It was a busy summer. You had a ton of projects to take care of around the house and barely got half of them finished. Well, there's good news. It's not too late to get your outdoor areas taken care of. Get the professionals that have been beautifying outdoor areas in Chicagoland for over 37 years. Academ Lawn and Garden. Maybe you didn't know fall is a great time to plant your trees, shrubs, and even perennial plants. The temperatures are cooler and it's easier to get established for next year's plants and growing season. Academ Lawn and Garden can get your property in shape so you can enjoy the yard of your dreams after the long Chicago winter. Plus, there's still plenty of time to clean and repair your brick pavers, sidewalks, patio, driveway, and retaining walls. Academ Lawn and Garden designs and installs with Unilock paver products. For yard and landscape maintenance to full-scale landscape design, call the professionals at Academ Lawn and Garden for a fall consultation. 630-961-2521. Online at academlawnandgarden.com.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, hormone balance is a big deal. If your hormones are out of whack, it can account for so many health challenges like low energy and fatigue, spaced out memory, low sex drive, otherwise known as the dead in bed syndrome. Nothing excites you anymore with you watching more and more TV every night, misusing food or alcohol, and then there's the hair loss that you thought was age appropriate, and then the weight gain. Let me tell you about our specially priced, dirt cheap hormone test. No blood, just saliva. Interesting that with over 33 years in private practice, I've never seen normal hormone test results in the first go-around. And that's why you need to have us help you balance your hormones once and for all. So call our HealthQuest radio hotline at 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. No blood, just spit. Call 800-794-1855. Oh, and be sure to listen to HealthQuest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11. But for now, call 800-794-1855.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance. But they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
Let's get a check of the roads at our AM 560 Traffic Center. Jim, our friends at Flight View. What a great website to check up on whether your flight is delayed, arrivals, departures. Our friends at Flight View have complete, and I do mean complete, information on what's happening, because we're already hearing that there are some delays on the board from the south and from the hurricane. We'll turn it over to you to see what you have heard from your sources on the ground as well.
That's right, Mike. Good morning. Number of cancellations affecting flights to the south and to the east, especially the south, of course, with the hurricane bearing down. So you've got some weather issues across the country affecting air travel. We have some roadwork issues on Chicago's expressways. It's stop and go on the outbound Kennedy Nagel to Cumberland, where two left lanes should be reopening any moment now. Westbound Adams Tollway, slow Elmhurst Road to Bussy to do overnight work. Also delays on the outbound Ryan extending to the outbound Bishop Ford, the left lane closure from 95th to King Drive. Traffic is a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out of stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit one cartridge per customer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, a blend of sun and clouds with a shower or thunderstorm around. Very warm in the high 79. Mainly cloudy and warm with a shower or thunderstorm tonight, low 66. A morning shower in spots, otherwise mostly cloudy and not as warm tomorrow with a high of 68. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 61 at O'Hare, 64 along Chicago's lakefront, 65 at Midway, 56 in Lansing, 57 in Aurora this morning. Your next news update is at 5:30. Continuous news coverage at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Hey, have you waited to buy a MyPillow? You're in luck. Right now, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you'll still get the second one for free, baby. But you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of only 1. It's the best offer ever. Nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it's the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies, acne, and asthma, so it's healthy, and you'll sleep better. Visit MyPillow.com. Click the radio listener special tab and use the promo code Joe. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere for the price of 1. Or you can call 1-800-489-0201. Mention the radio listener special and use the promo code Joe. That's MyPillow.com or 1-800-489-0201.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy will be right with us. She's just doing some last-minute lineup adjustments with Joe Madden for tomorrow night's game now that the Cubs know who they're going to face. San Francisco Giants, thanks to former White Sox Connor Gillespie's 3-run jack in the 9th. Yesterday against the Mets, Connor Gillespie, former White Sox, knocking the Mets out of the playoffs and the Giants to face the Cubs. I would suggest that doesn't bode well if you're a Cubs fan. I mean, it's just my suggestion, Mike Scott. I don't know. It's an omen, and if we know nothing about the Cubs, we know that omens don't usually work in their favor. Oh, here's Amy now.
Hello.
Hey, we're just waiting patiently while you made those last few lineup changes.
Yeah.
Because now the Cubs are they're going to face Madison Bumgarner in Game 3, and then the closeout Game 6 on short rest.
Oh, will you stop it? What?
Yeah.
Hi, Mike Scott. Good morning. So, yeah, I watched the game last night. Didn't really see any action until the 9th inning.
Yeah.
Gillespie's 3-run homer.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I'm sure you
that
guys
was
have already
mentioned.
broke down the game.
That was mentioned. Former White Sox or Connor Gillespie.
Oh,
and
yes.
former D-back, too. But, most recently White Sox.
Yeah, so I don't know. What do you think is going to happen? You think Game 6 we're going to lose it all?
Giants in 6.
It's so rude.
It might be rude, but you didn't want to face the Giants. You wanted to face the Mets.
Yeah, they're hot, too. The Giants are hot.
Yeah. Giants get hot, and they win championships in what? Even years.
They got the freak, and they got Madison Bumgarner, which is enough to
10,
get past
12,
the Cubs.
14, 16.
So we're going to start playing the number game.
So, speaking of which, you had a
Yes.
Sophie's choice to make about Peyton or Eli, who goes to the game with you tomorrow. Who's it going to be?
You have wreaked havoc on my home, not even meaning to do so. You had a very nice, thoughtful idea. Why don't they discuss it among themselves, and they can decide who should go to the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that turned into almost a fist fight the night before, and last night
deciding amongst
a
yourselves.
screaming argument. Screaming argument. So what they want to do? They want to do the water bottle challenge. Do you know what that is? The water bottle challenge.
Where they flip it, right?
Oh my gosh, that's all I hear at my house. It's
Oh yeah, it's cool.
Have you done the water bottle challenge? yet?
No, because I'm not 11.
Okay, well, if you were 11 or 12 or probably a parent of an 11 or 12-year-old, you get involved in the water bottle challenge. So there's, different levels of water, and then you flip it and you try to land it on the cap or you land it on the base. So we've decided whoever lands on the base, the best out of 5, gets to go to the game with me.
Yeah, I try to offer a intellectual civilizing exercise to come to terms with this decision, and instead you're going to use a blunt.
But it's better than flipping a coin or pulling straws because it requires a little bit of skill and talent and luck. So it's a combo of both.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Again, Dan Proft's parenting tip corner.
Proft. Oh yeah. What did we call this segment?
Proft parenting tips.
Proft.
You're welcome. And don't make a big thing about it. So here's the deal.
Because you nurture so much in your house.
You need to remind Peyton and Eli that among the 3 of us here, meaning you and those 2, we're not co-equals.
Oh, we're not?
No, we're not co-equals. So here's the deal, Peyton and Eli.
Yeah.
You're going to go into this room.
Oh,
you have 30 minutes, and you're going to come out with an answer. And I don't want to hear any noise above room temperature level, above conversational level. That's how it's going to be.
I'm not interested in your suggestions. I'm not interested in your opinions about how this is going to be. What I'm interested in is you two knuckleheads coming up with an answer. And you're on the clock to do it, or here's how...
Or what, I better take my mom, Louise, because...
Here's how Dan's parenting tip corner would solve it. Or here's how... Or I'm taking Dan. Real simple.
I would never, ever take you to a Cub game. Or, you know what, that's rude. Maybe... I'm not taking you.
Or I'm taking somebody else. I'm taking Tom Tunney.
Yeah, right. Oh, speaking of Tom Tunney, Mayor Emanuel spoke yesterday to the media. He's taking advantage, too, of the tickets that they're offering at face value. And guess where all those pretty politicians are sitting? In a section that I would like to sit in, Section 119. Yeah, and the pretty people with the players' wives. Oh,
yeah,
their fancy friends and their... It's so wrong. And then Mayor Emanuel told a reporter yesterday, well, I'm not taking you. I'm taking my wife.
The Sox did it, too. Sox did the same thing. Daly had...
Really? Well, Daly has season tickets.
Well, yes, but they also opened it up. Daly opened with the Sox in Reinsdorf. They opened up that section right above the first base dugout for the Aldermen as well.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's across the board. I think the only organization that doesn't do that is the Bears because,
It's because it's
McCaskies
the McCaskies.
throw nickels around like manhole covers.
Who wants to go to Soldier Field?
Right.
Oh,
sure.
Please. If the Bears are in postseason play. Everyone wants to go.
President Obama reportedly not sure if he's going to make the first game. That's the big story.
Wait. He's not a Cub fan.
No, but he's happy they're playing well. I mean, he's a Sox fan.
Yeah, he is.
Excuse me. Kaminsky Field, the inability to name at the time he was asked a single current White Sox player.
He couldn't name a single player.
This is a guy who it's mom jeans and a bike helmets. And have you ever seen him shoot hoops?
No, he's not bad at basketball.
Really? Have you ever seen him shoot hoops?
I saw him at East Bank Club playing with Arnie Duncan and the rest of the Zoo crew. I was there.
Yeah, they suck.
They didn't ask me to play. Gender biased people.
And if you saw the infamous video of him shooting, the hoop they have over there out in the Rose Garden summer. Yeah, he went like 2 for 26. Well, he's out there, shooting around.
Who's a really good basketball player too? You're going to laugh.
You haven't mentioned a really good basketball player yet, so there is no two.
I don't know. Arnie played in the Ivy
League. Arnie Duncan was not bad, but he plays everywhere. Prince.
Let's go. Okay, Arnie and... What? Are you thinking of the Chappelle Show skit?
No.
Yeah.
Prince is an actual great basketball player. He's short, but he's a good player.
Not anymore, he's not.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Your area rugs and carpets take a lot of abuse. Imagine if you were walked on every day. All the dirt from Pat's kids and spills pushed into your poor rug and carpet fibers. It's a tough job being a floor covering. It's even tougher to get them cleaned properly. Get the job done right the first time. Call Matthew Klugian and Sons, awarded the best carpet and rug cleaner in Chicago. Since 1938, Matthew Klugian and Sons nationally recognized state-of-the-art cleaning plant and service center have been cleaning, repairing, and restoring area rugs and carpets to the highest quality possible. Klugian and Sons will clean and sanitize your dirty rugs like no other. They clean museum-quality rugs and will treat your rugs and carpets with the same exceptional care. Visit Matthew Klugian and Sons showroom at 1421 West Devon Avenue when you're searching for new or antique area rugs or custom carpeting. Now save 50% on deodorizing with an area rug cleaning order. Klugian and Sons. Find them online at KLUJIANrugs.com or call 773-743-1300.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
All right, I take back my prediction about the best of Giants winning. At Giants winning in 6 because it's a best-of-5 series. Ever since the wild card, I've gotten all discombobulated about which are 5-game series, 7-game series. I thought it was like the NBA. They moved to 7-game series for everything. But yeah.
So the division series is 5 games. The championship series is 7. World Series is 7.
Yeah, so it's best-of-5. So this, I'll say Giants. I'll stick with Giants in 6.
Oh, my God.
Even though it's best-of-5. I'll say Giants in
I'm just worried because the Cubs haven't been. Sorry, excuse me, boss, for
Giants
interrupting.
in 2.
I'm just worried because they haven't been playing. They've been idle for so long. They had a mock, scrimmage yesterday at 3:00 yesterday afternoon. Woohoo! But that's not going to get their heads in the game.
I think it's Giants in 2. I think the Cubs don't show up for Game 3 after they lose the first 2.
Stop it.
All right, I'm going to say...
be like Friday.
I'll say Giants in 5.
Oh, my gosh.
I still think that the Cubs will scratch out 2 wins. Yeah. All right, Giants in 5. And if not,
that's, all right, I'm
then
writing,
the Nationals in 4.
I am writing this down. The Giants in 5.
And if not, my contingency plan is the Nationals in 4. Sweet.
Okay.
All right. All right, we got that. All right, here, we got to get some politics here. Some reactions to respective debate performances yesterday on the stump. Donald Trump, boy, he liked the job Mike Pence did.
How many of you watched the vice presidential debate last night? Mike Pence did an incredible job, and I'm getting a lot of credit because that's really my first so-called choice. That was my first hire, as we would say in Las Vegas. And I'll tell you, he's a good one. He was phenomenal. He was cool. He was smart. He was, I mean, you just
Everything
take a look at him. He was meant to be doing what he's doing, and we are very, very proud of Governor Mike Pence.
Yeah, it's good. I hope, in addition to celebrating his performance, he tries to emulate it on Sunday now.
Well, apparently this morning and late last night, he was watching tapes of Pence's performance.
Good.
That's what the campaign leaked to CNN this morning, that he's watching him and he's going to try, as you said, to emulate him.
And let's go to the game film. And
yeah, that's what he's doing.
Tim Kaine got chided not just by the punditry class for his obstreperous conduct during the debate, but also by his wife, apparently.
I got dinged a little bit, even by my wife, for like interrupting too much. Okay.
Yeah,
He's such a, can I say the S word?
Sissy?
Is that okay?
Is that the word?
Is that word not on the list, guys?
It's fine
He's
by
a little
me.
bit of a sissy.
Oh my!
He is so.
What are you talking about?
He looks like the Joker. Somebody put, who did it? Was it the Amish texter? Put a picture of the original Joker next to Tim Kaine, and they kind of look alike.
He's a hero is what he is.
A hero.
The first non-binary post-gender vice presidential nominee, the right-hand person.
I know.
The right-hand human.
That's what I want to hear again.
Yeah.
I'm the right-hand person.
right-hand
I will be
human.
her right-hand person.
That's how I'm sure that's how his kids refer to him. My human parent, Tim.
That's awesome.
And then there's this other story, too. This is a related story to kind of a debate format since we have a town hall.
Yes.
That's the format on Sunday night. Did you see this? The Hillary town hall earlier this week in Haverford, Pennsylvania. 15-year-old girl chosen at random asked Hillary Clinton this question.
At what point?
Hi, Madam.
At what point?
Hi, Madam Secretary. I'm Brennan, and I'm 15 years old. At my school, body image is a really big issue for girls my age. I see with my own eyes the damage Donald Trump does when he talks about women and how they look. As the first female president, how would you undo some of that damage and help girls understand that they are so much more than just what they look like?
Wow, it's a great question,
Yeah,
isn't
she
it?
was sitting up there with Chelsea. I heard her.
Oh, it's a beautiful question. And then, of course, Hillary said, I'm so proud of you for asking that question. You're so right. My opponent has just taken this concern to a new level of difficulty and meanness, and they had a great empathetic moment. It was very much like when Mary J. Blige sung to Hillary Clinton in that Mary J. Blige show interview.
No, that was worse.
There's very bad. I mean, Hillary
still uncomfortable.
Nearly broke out into song in response to young Brennan's question, but it turned out that old Hillary, Grandmama Hillary, and that of course calls to mind Larry Johnson. He was a more attractive Grandmama. But Grandmama Hillary was being asked a question by a young, programmed, budding Hillary, because it turns out that Brennan Leach, her father is Pennsylvania Democratic State Senator Dalen Leach. She cut a campaign commercial for him back when he was running for office.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that's not it. This is it.
The people in Congress who voted for this plan had to labor under historically difficult circumstances.
He seems like a great guy, but everything he's talking about happened in the past, way before I was born. My dad, Dalen Leach, is running for Congress to fight for the future. He'll make sure the banks in Wall Street play fair. He'll make sure there are fewer guns on the street so our neighborhood is safe for me and my little brother. He'll even expand Social Security for our grandparents. My dad grew up in foster homes across Northeast.
And so on and so forth.
So she's very well spoken and polished.
She's a child actor is what she is.
Oh,
And-
there you go.
And here's the thing, just on the commercial first, I have no problem, introducing your family when you're a candidate for office, having your family talk about your character or, your relationship with your mom or dad. But when you have like a prepubescent kid talking about Social Security and other things, make her more of a political prop. It's ridiculous. I'm going to be lectured about Social Security or any other issue by an 8-year-old. It's absurd and it's obscene. So also, Brennan Leach, the only participant in that town hall of random questions who had her question on a prepared script, not handwritten either, typed prepared script. Really? So she read from a prepared script where the others did not. States Pennsylvania Democratic State Senator's kid, who's a child actor and has appeared in campaign commercials for him before. But that was all spontaneous and organic.
Oh, yeah. And she's been body shamed at a young age.
Uh-huh.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Attention Second Amendment patriots. Just Target Guns of Libertyville in Lake County just returned from the largest gun show in America with new products. They're fully stocked for home defense and all shooting sports. Just Target Guns, located in Libertyville on Peterson Road, is the place to go for rifles, pistols, antique firearms, ammunition, and all levels of shotguns. Connie Shanahan and the knowledgeable staff at Just Target Guns will answer all your questions, no matter your level of experience, and help discover what you need for sports shooting, trap, ski, target practice, or self-defense. Whether you're a novice shooter or a highly trained professional, Just Target Guns has got your brass covered. Get your FOID card, sign up for firearms training, and conceal and carry classes. Just Target Guns also has a skilled gunsmith on staff for repairs, and firearm appraisals are done in-house. Exercise your Second Amendment rights and set your sight on JustTargetGuns.com. That's JustTargetGuns.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The FBI side deals and special privileges with Hillary Clinton apparatchiks at 5:38.
And later, how much does it cost to touch your newborn child? But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Partly cloudy skies, 60 degrees. Hurricane Matthew this morning getting stronger as it slams the Bahamas as a Category 4 storm and closes in on Florida later this evening and into Friday.
We'll likely start to see impacts on our state within the next 24 hours and last through the weekend. That means people have less than 24 hours left to prepare, evacuate, and shelter.
Evacuations are underway in Florida, South Carolina, and Georgia. Donald Trump this morning giving props to running mate Mike Pence for his performance in this week's vice presidential debate.
Mike had the single most decisive victory in the history of vice presidential debates.
We're tracking a developing story in Los Angeles this morning where a county sheriff's sergeant was shot to death answering a burglary report. Authorities say the suspected gunman has been arrested. Stephen Owen, 53, died at a hospital about 2 hours after being gunned down behind a home in Lancaster. That is a desert community north of L.A. Government contractor being accused of stealing highly classified data. The FBI identifies the suspect as Harold Thomas Martin III. New York Times says he worked for the NSA. Samsung Galaxy Note 7 may have been the cause of smoke in the cabin of a Southwest Airlines plane. Passengers still boarding the Boeing 737 in Louisville yesterday when the smoke was detected, leading to an evacuation of the plane. Now costs more money than ever to get your money out of your bank. A new survey by Bankrate.com finds the average fee for out-of-network ATMs is more than $4.50 a pop. Bankrate says the highest ATM fees are in Phoenix at more than $5 per transaction. A Southwest suburban student accused of threatening to shoot up Hinsdale South High School faces felony weapons charges from DuPage County prosecutors. An autopsy is planned later today on the body of an 8-year-old refugee from the Congo who died just after landing at O'Hare. Chicago sports. Giants and Cubs in Game 1 of the National League Division Series at Wrigley after the Giants advance to the NLDS with a 3-0 shutout of the Mets. The news, a service of Napa Auto Parts. Participating Napa Auto Parts stores have Castrol motor oil on sale starting at $3.49 a quart. So your ride runs longer, stronger, for less. That's Napa know-how. General States pricing. Sale prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. Offer expires 11/13/60. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
I'd say the same thing to a billionaire that I would say to somebody making $30,000 a year.
The Joe Walsh Show.
The money you make, the money you earn, the money you invest, that's your money, damn it. And I think it's your duty, it's your right to do whatever you can do legally to limit what you give government, because we have a government that's too damn big.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
5:35. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's our Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And as you mentioned earlier, there are flight delays and cancellations due to weather across the country, especially in the southeast. And there is some weather moving into the Chicago area now, too. So if you plan to be flying or moving by air, be sure to check before heading to the airport. Right now, on the outbound Kennedy, there's a medical emergency at North Avenue that has the left lane blocked. You'll have a brief slowdown approaching the scene. The inbound Kennedy's clear, and the express lanes are open inbound. Eden's fine. Eisenhower inbound a little heavy past Wolf Road. Outbound, there's a brief delay from Austin to Des Plaines Avenue. Stevenson's good for now. The Ryan, 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound 17. Delays start at 87th. With overnight work still there in the left lane. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 25 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Traffic and service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. We'll have sunshine this morning, a shower or thunderstorm this afternoon. High 79 with a low of 65 overnight. Currently 61 at O'Hare, 64 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Innovative Networks. Communication, technology, and reliability for Chicagoland business. Online at go4inet.com.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Boy, it's fun to live in the digital age where hackers will do what the federal government may be unwilling to do. Difficult to keep information secret for forever. Just when it comes to investigations, like the investigation into Hillary Clinton's homebrew server and all the associated matters, just every time it's in the news, we learn something else as they slow walk information, both State Department, Hillary Clinton, her aides. Every time it's in the news, we learn something else. Now, I guess the point is, though, does this matter to you? Is this a conversation piece that you're speaking about within your circles of influence as you talk about the presidential campaign? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I mean, does the rule of law matter, I guess, is the question. I suppose it doesn't. At least not for Hillary Clinton. Oh, it's just like it's like Bill's indiscretions. Oh, come on. As David Ferdosa from Washington Examiner put it yesterday when we talked to him, we're doing a little bit of a postmortem on the debate. Tim Kaine's answer on the Hillary Clinton investigation, wasn't verbatim, but it had the feel of, hey, she beat the rap. So there's nothing to talk about here. Not exactly the most persuasive protestation of innocence I've ever heard, but that was essentially Kane's argument. So now we find this. Bob Goodlatte is the chairman of the House Oversight Committee. You may have remember him. He was one of the interrogators of Jim Comey last week and previously. He sent a letter yesterday to Attorney General Loretta Lynch because he learned about some side deals that were made between the Justice Department and top aides to Hillary Clinton, like her former chief of staff, Cheryl Mills. And this is in addition to the immunity agreement. Side deals that provided more coverage for those they were ostensibly investigating, wanted evidence from. The side deals included an agreement to destroy the computers they requested be turned over after conducting the search on those computers, the computers of Cheryl Mills and Heather Samuelson. Now, remember a couple things here. If they had impaneled a grand jury, then they could subpoena the computers in question. They didn't need to grant immunity deals in order to obtain those computers.
But what if she wouldn't have handed it over? Because they do think they're above the law over there in Clinton land.
Well, I mean, in normal cases, you don't get to ignore a subpoena without consequence. Then they put you on the other side of the bars. The side agreement, though, so they got this immunity deal, and Comey's argument, you recall, was, well, we wanted to get the computer, and since she's a lawyer, they could have tied this up, and this was a way to expedite getting those computers. Didn't need to do it. That's what he said. The computers were physical evidence, and the law empowers the government to compel production of physical evidence by subpoena or by search warrant if there's suspicion that the evidence will be tampered with or destroyed. Andy McCarthy points out in his piece on the topic in National Review Online. We'll talk to Andy McCarthy at the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour, more detail on this. Former federal prosecutor, prosecuted the first World Trade Center bomber, so he knows something about federal investigations and prosecutions, I'd say. But in addition to the immunity deals, one of the other side deals, as I said, they will not scrutinize any documents dated after January 31st of 2015, which is about 5 weeks before the most disturbing action suggestive of obstruction of justice occurred. Most of those occurred in March, you recall.
Mm-hmm.
The bleach bidding and the like. That was all in March. 5 weeks before the most disturbing action suggestive of obstruction of justice occurred, they say will not look at any documents dated after Jan 31, 2015. That was one. And two, they'll destroy the computers after conducting the search. Why? Why? Why would you agree preemptively without knowing what's on those computers that you want? Right? That's Comey's argument. We wanted to see what's on the computer. So you didn't know. So why would you agree to destroy evidence? I mean, yeah, so well, I could extract whatever evidence we find from the computer. Yeah, potentially. But I still, why agree to destroy potential evidence before you know what the evidence suggests, what is on those computers?
Because they have got to be doing something so nefarious, and they're so worried that she might go to jail that they'll go to great lengths to destroy evidence. It's so obvious, but yet they do nothing.
By the way, Andy McCarthy, I'll reference an expert here, as I said, former federal prosecutor.
Yes, he is an expert.
The striking of side deals with the defense lawyer, for instance, Beth Wilkinson, who represents both Cheryl Mills and Heather Samuelson, another top aide to Hillary Clinton and an attorney, is bracing, writes McCarthy. Written agreements with the Justice Department customarily include a clause explaining that the four corners of the document contain the entirety of the understandings between the parties. This is done precisely because defendants often claim they were enticed into signing the agreement because of this or that side deal purportedly agreed to by the government. The Justice Department likes to be able to say, we don't engage in those sort of shenanigans. This agreement is the single agreement as written. Why did the Justice Department make side deals in this case, which we've been told was treated like any other case, except, alas, it wasn't? This is unusual, not customary, as is the argument made by Comey and of certainly embraced by Hillary Clinton in all her flacks. Nothing to see here. Ordinary course of the tools in a prosecutor's toolbox that are routinely used as part of an investigation, nay, prosecution. No, not true. Kevin in Lake Zurich, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. My fiance worked for a billing practice a number of years ago, and one day the FBI showed up in their blazers and their badges, had everybody stand up from their computers and workstations, walk away, go to the walls, and they seize all the computers. So I'm a little confused. Why couldn't if the FBI could do that for a small 2-bit billing practice, why they couldn't do that on a larger scale? Just take the stuff, walk away. Why were deals even had to be made?
That's a very good question, and it's an interesting example, Kevin. You're right. I mean, that's a good example of one of the questions that could be asked to compare. Jim Comey, remember what his standard was? The second piece of it, how have people in similar situations previously been treated by the law? Okay, well, Kevin provides an example. There are myriad examples.
His wife's not a politician or anybody in that company, and the government came in and did what they wanted.
I mean, there's perhaps not a lot of cases precisely on point. You don't have secretaries of state routinely do homebrew servers for all kinds of activities we've discussed previously.
Did you just say homebrewed servers?
Well,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's good.
But how have other people been treated in cases that deal with classified information? How have other people been treated by the federal government when they want a piece of evidence that is under the control of that person? Well, you just heard an example. There is nothing customary about this. There is nothing resembling equal treatment under the law about this case. There hasn't been from the beginning. And the more information we get, and thanks to the House Oversight Committee for continuing to pursue this, even if wide swaths of the American people have moved on or eyes or ears glaze over when they hear about this stuff, it couldn't be more important. The respect for private property and the rule of law are the cornerstones of a free society. And the people that just listen to all of the evidence that mounts in this case, not just in terms of what Hillary and her co-conspirators did, but also in terms of how this investigation was pursued by the FBI and the Department of Justice, the two leading law enforcement agencies in the country, and you just shrug your shoulders and say there's nothing to see here? Boy, oh boy, I mean, you're cheerleading for the decimation of a free society. That's what you're doing if you think this isn't important. There's nothing more important. Chuck in Delavan.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something right now. I blame themselves on Congress for this. The first time when Lois Lerner came in and she started pleading the fifth, they should have said, you know what, Sergeant at Arms, put her in irons. And then they would have showed respect. There's no respect towards the American people, and that because they think it always just hoodwink these people. The Congress, to put it in terms of people from Illinois, they're our business agents, okay? And they are here to protect us.
In terms of Illinois. Okay.
This guy here I'm from Wisconsin, but the thing is that this guy here from the FBI, this is like having tea with the Mad Hatter. You can't follow this whole thing. I sit there and I watch it on YouTube over and over again. I'm thinking, how are they getting by with this? And then I want to know is like with Lois Lerner, how fast did anybody ever investigate how fast the non-for-profit Black Lives Matter get their 501(c)(3) compared to everybody else that had to wait 2 to 3 years? This is just a big time game. And then they wonder why Trump is popular.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Chuck. I mean,
is Black Lives Matter a 501(c)(3)?
Yeah, they're getting tens of millions of dollars from foundations, Ford Foundation, Soros. We've discussed that. But Chuck's right. He's absolutely right about the lack of accountability, and it's something I want to say on this show. Don't be surprised when you treat people like the ruling class. They start to behave like a ruling class.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dicey start to your morning. Some thunderstorms, lightning out there in parts. It's going to be warm today, a high near 80 degrees. Tonight, cloudy and showers or thunderstorms likely. And here's your weekend forecast for Friday. Weekend forecast Friday is for the big Division Series game. We're going to have morning showers tomorrow, but Rain should hold off Friday night for the game against the Giants. Saturday, sunny, gorgeous day, a high of 63. And on Sunday for the Chicago Marathon, it's going to be sunny, a high of 68. Yes, Dan?
I don't understand why people run marathons. But here's, I just want a point of clarity from Steve on 88. Side deals, bad. Side boob, good.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Steve.
I'll tell my plastic surgeon. Now let's get into the traffic center. Jim Telemonte, what is with all that overnight road work? Please tell me it's picked up now.
Well, good morning, Amy. You'll be happy to know that almost all of it is gone. Good morning, Dan. The Adams Tollway is clear now. So is the outbound Kennedy. There were heavy delays earlier when you two were heading in. But on the outbound Ryan, it's still slow from 87th down to the area around King Drive on the outbound Bishop Fort. Left lane is closed. There should be reopening within the next 10 minutes or so. About Kennedy slow already from the River Hotel to Central, 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 20. About Eisenhower, 37 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 35. To Stevenson, 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, 30 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 25. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
On AM 560, The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you've experienced a medical challenge which left you loaded with collections and destroyed your credit, listen carefully. Tonight at 6:30, Gilda's Club and I are hosting a free credit enhancement seminar at their downtown cancer support facility on North Wells Street. You should attend if any of these apply to you. A medical challenge destroyed your credit. You missed a credit card, mortgage, or utility payment while you were overcoming your medical challenge. You'd like proven and effective methods to enhance your credit profile and increase your credit scores. To register for tonight's free credit enhancement seminar at Gilda's Club downtown location, go to am560david.com. If you have any questions about refinancing or purchasing a home, call me at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years, and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year, and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is, and our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. You know, we have a director of information technology that his job is only to scout new technologies and how they can affect a small business. Every business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a manufacturer, a car dealer, whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So our main purpose is to really do our very best to keep people up 100% of the time, to keep them backed up and make sure that they can do what they do, and we can deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey so you can focus on the important things of your business. Visit turnkey.pro today.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I like this story.
I like this song. We just play it for 2 minutes.
Do you know what the song is?
Salisbury Hill.
Oh, nice. Do you know who sings it?
Peter Gabriel.
Nice. Peter Gabriel was great. Very underrated.
Did he die?
No, he's not, no, he didn't die.
Is he still with us,
But
Dan?
he doesn't really make music anymore.
But he should. This song is so beautiful.
How about In
Reminds
Your
me of
Eyes?
El Paso.
In Your Eyes. If
Oh,
I had
that's
the
a good one.
capacity to cry, I would during that song.
But your tear ducts were removed.
That's correct. Here's the thing. This is one of these little platoons of democracy that Edmund Burke spoke about. Clown lives matter. Clowns organizing. They don't matter?
No, please don't tell me there's a hashtag Clown Lives Matter.
There's a march. Clowns, good, right-thinking clowns are organizing.
Of course, in Tucson.
For a march on October 15th in Tucson to spread the news on social media and to remind people that there are good clowns and then there are creepy clowns.
Oh, yeah, it's a peaceful way to show clowns are not psycho killers. Right. Because somebody has hijacked the internet and put out this false narrative that all clowns are killers and they're going to blow up your schools. And it's getting really bad. Actually, yesterday, you know Izzy Clown? The Izzy Clown in Hammond, Indiana?
No.
He's been threatening several people. Well, Izzy Clown is actually a 16-year-old high school punk who was arrested yesterday in Hammond, Indiana. Here's the police chief.
The threat contained information that they would be followed home from school and that their throats would be slit.
Yeah.
Well, so it was very serious information.
So that fake clown has been yanked off the streets.
You have to make a specific threat, though.
Well, that was a specific threat.
No, a specific person.
Oh, no, that was sent to 2 kids, but their names, we can't release them because they're minors.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
all
but
right,
back to the clown thing.
That's not good. Well, so this in Tucson is completely different.
A big deal.
They're asking people to come out, to bring the family, meet a clown, get a hug. Get a hug from a clown.
That's so creepy. But they take clowns in Tucson seriously. There's a clown rodeo
They take
school.
clowns in Tucson seriously.
No, I used to live in Tucson, and I had to cover the gay rodeo, which is different, and then I had to cover the clown rodeo.
Ooh.
No, I'm not kidding. There's a
gay rodeo.
There is a gay rodeo. I thought they were joking too when they said, "Here, Jacobson, go cover the gay rodeo." It's a big deal. And then they have a clown rodeo and a clown class where they teach them how to.
Hold up.
What? We could go for 4 hours on this.
How does the? I'm going to regret I asked this question. How does the gay rodeo work?
It's all gay men in the rodeo. And there's some, bedazzle and bling. And
do they have animals or?
Well, yeah, no, they ride the bulls just like the heterosexuals do, but it's a whole.
Is that a metaphor?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's the gay rodeo.
No, of course.
Coming to a town near you.
Maybe the Clown Lives Matter march could end at the gay rodeo. Be festive.
You've never heard of the gay rodeo?
No, imagine that. I must be living under a rock. Who hasn't heard of the gay rodeo in Tucson? Of course.
One of my best stories.
And then there's a clown college in Tucson as well?
Yeah, they have this clown classes, and then the clowns that distract the bulls while the riders, whether they be gay or heterosexual, are getting, almost gorged by the bull.
I understand how a rodeo clown works.
Yeah, but they have the rodeo clowns and then also the birthday party clowns.
I didn't know that was the epicenter of rodeo clown training.
Yeah. No, it is.
Well, it's
big
great.
deal. So now the clowns are going to unite. And 4th Avenue, that's the main thoroughfare in Tucson. So that's going to be a pretty big event.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go down and cover it for the station?
Clowns of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your big shoes.
It's the Krusty Comedy Classic.
Hey! It's great to be back at the Apollo Theater and... KKK? That's not good.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kevin Bastuga, co-founder of Signature Bank. As native Chicagoans, my partners and I know this city, its economy, and the challenges that small businesses face. We like to think of Signature Bank as your hometown bank. Chicagoans helping Chicagoans. We understand that banking is ultimately about people, and we build long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We stand by our customers, and our customers stand by us, and we welcome new customers every day. We look forward to welcoming you and your business into the Signature Bank family.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Building owners and managers, Bruce Diedrich here from Waukegan Roofing. It's that time of year again. Another unpredictable Chicago winter is just around the corner. Now is the perfect time of year for a service and maintenance agreement with Waukegan Roofing. Waukegan Roofing has been installing and maintaining roofs you can rely on for all of Chicagoland. Our experienced team of service technicians is the right solution for your new or existing roofing system for years to come. With your dedicated service tech and our multi-point inspection program, we cover all areas of your roof, from early detection to preventative maintenance and repairs. Now is the time to prepare your roof for the harsh Chicago winter ahead. Call Waukegan Roofing today for your service and maintenance appointment. Call us at 877-ROOF-201, that's 877-ROOF-201, or visit us online at waukeganroofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, installing roofs you can rely on since 1914.
Illinois licensee 104000761.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know, now that you mentioned the gay rodeo, I'm thinking about that Luke Perry movie, 8 Seconds, in a whole new light.
Oh, yeah. Oh, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, here's Mike Scott.
A teen accused of threatening to shoot up a suburban high school at 6.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The Bahamas are taking a beating. Hit by Hurricane Matthew, which has strengthened again, now with 125-mile-an-hour wind, and it's going to get worse.
Matthew is forecast to strengthen and likely to become a Category 4 hurricane as it approaches the east coast of Florida.
And Danielle Brown at the National Hurricane Center says it'll hit tonight, move up the state, hugging the coast. The eye might even go over land, bringing the most dangerous wind and storm surge.
We are going to see perhaps the biggest evacuation in the history of the state of Florida. Some 1.5 million people.
Fox's Brian Yanis in Sebastian Inlet, Florida.
People are really boarding up, and they're trying to get everything together, putting up their last-minute shutters, getting bread and water if there's any left, filling up their cars with gas. Florida Power and Light expects some 1.2 million people to lose power.
People are also getting ready or evacuating from Georgia up to the Carolinas because Matthew's projected path has the hurricane continuing to hug the coast into the weekend. The storm is blamed for at least 16 deaths, many in Haiti, which got pummeled.
These people, they got no place to leave. They got nowhere to go, food.
Ruben Sanea with Mission of Hope, Haiti. Thousands of homes were lost, infrastructure damage. Up to 200 U.S. troops are going in to help. Missing in America, nearly 4 dozen Afghan troops who came to the U.S. to train. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the Afghan troops who were training in the U.S. vanished over the past 2 years. Pentagon officials believe that the 44 troops left their bases and went to work illegally. Some 2,200 Afghan troops have undergone training in the U.S. in the past decade, so the number is small, but the incidents are raising concerns about the screening process for training programs. A Pentagon spokesman says the military is looking for ways to tighten training eligibility. Dave.
Rachel, in custody in Los Angeles, the gunman suspected of killing a sheriff's sergeant yesterday while answering a burglary call. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly cloudy skies, 64 degrees. There are thunderstorms crossing the area this morning at 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Here are the stories we're following on WIND Chicago. A Southwest suburban student accused of threatening to shoot up a Hinsdale South High School classroom faces felony weapons charges. DuPage County prosecutors say yesterday the 16-year-old promised what he called a South accost at the Darien School. He's being held this morning in juvenile detention. Chicago aldermen are moving forward with the mayor's plan to try and reform the city's system of investigating police misconduct. Mayor says the city did take one step forward with the approval of the city council of the Civilian Office of Police Accountability.
These are changes we should make and want to make to give people the confidence that there's accountability, there's oversight.
Emanuel did receive criticism for postponing the appointment of a civilian panel in charge of choosing a permanent chief for COPA. Cook County Sheriff's Police and Homeland Security officers say the arrest of a Mount Prospect woman is a large part of a crackdown on a nationwide human trafficking operation. After an 18-month investigation, authorities announced today 17 have been arrested in 5 states. That indictment unsealed in Minneapolis involving a Thai prostitution ring. An Illinois man has been sentenced to life in prison for killing his estranged wife with a hatchet. Judge on Wednesday sentenced 40-year-old Kristen Negru of Arlington Heights. Prosecutors say he hunted down his wife, who was hiding in Wisconsin. A lawyer for former Bulls player Derrick Rose says a rape lawsuit against him is a sad effort for money. An attorney vigorously denied accusations against Rose, who was not in court yesterday in Los Angeles. He may appear today. It will be the Giants and Cubs in Game 1 of the NLDS at Wrigley Field. Madison Bumgarner threw a 4-hitter as the Giants advanced with a 3-0 shutout of the Mets last night. The news service of 7-Eleven. October 3rd through the 9th at 7-Eleven, you have the freedom to choose any size cup of hot coffee free through the 7-Eleven app. 7 days, 7 cups of coffee, 7 reasons why you can go on with your caffeinated self. At participating locations, limited time offer, taxes may apply. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Dr. Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery agree.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery in Arlington Heights, Elgin, and Lake Zurich. As an oral surgeon and business owner, I recognize the importance of relationships. I need a bank that responds quickly and creatively and understands the unique needs of healthcare practices. Cornerstone has been a valuable business partner. Has helped me grow my practice and seize opportunities as they come up. Whether it's a line of credit, financing equipment, or real estate, Cornerstone is there for me.
Thank you, Doctor. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender, member FDIC.
Is the recession really over? Is a bigger one on the way? Will our next president lead us to prosperity and peace, or will it all fall apart? Be wise and be ready with 25-year shelf life Wise Food Storage. Try it free. Order a no-obligation free sample meal delivered right to your front door. And for a limited time, get a 10% discount and free shipping on all orders. Call for your free sample now. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353.
These days, you gotta have a side hustle. And I'm not talking about a 9-to-5. I'm talking about driving with Uber. It's the ultimate side hustle. You want to earn extra money? Drive with Uber. Have a few spare hours here and there? Drive with Uber. You like the idea of being your own boss? Drive with Uber. You'd make a great boss. You're probably driving right now. You should be earning. If you want your car to start making you money, then visit uber.com/drive now and get your side hustle on today. That's uber.com/drive now.
You're listening to the actual sound of Jupiter. Its electromagnetic waves were captured by a probe and beamed roughly 365 million miles to scientists on Earth. But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. They'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at vonage.com/it'sabouttime.
6:07. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're seeing more and more flights canceled due to weather in South Florida, so check if you're heading anywhere to that region. The O'Hare or Midway. Eastbound I-80, traffic is slow. I-55 to Humboldt due to a crash in that area. Edens is fine to Kennedy, 27 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 42. Stevenson, 45 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes. 95th to downtown. Slow on the Reagan Tollway eastbound from York to the Tri-State. Traffic is a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner, you order from in-store kiosk, $10 discount, plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. Traffic Answer is when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
We'll have a mix of sun and clouds today with a shower or a thunderstorm around for the day and a shower or thunderstorm tonight. It will be warm with a high getting up to 79 and a low tonight, 66. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 64 at O'Hare, 64 along the lakefront. We have 61 right now in Aurora with a heavy thunderstorm. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So we've talked a bit about this on the show about the partisan affiliation of the D.C. Press Corps. We've talked this week about the partisan affiliation, a study that was done by several academics, the partisan affiliation of the professors at the top 40 universities in the country in the disciplines of history and journalism and the like. And, of course, the Dem to Republican ratio is overwhelming. I'm not one who decries bias. It's kind of baked in. You know what you got, so don't pretend to be surprised. My question is always, do you think it would be different, sticking with journalism for a second, do you think it would be different if instead of 84 to 92% of the D.C. Press Corps voting for the Dem candidate for president, they voted for the Republican candidate for president? Do you think the stories that are chosen to be covered would be different? Do you think the way they would be covered would be different?
Oh, our whole world would be different. We'd have Republicans as the majority of our politicians instead of Democrats. But
just point of order. I mean, this is one of these Alinsky tactics that the media, because they are so insulated, thinks nobody believes other than they do, or nobody important does.
Well,
nobody
there's
relevant
a few
does.
Republican reporters.
Well, I know there's a few. The ratio
that are mixed within the Democratic reporters, because we're a union and we were run. I mean, our funds went to help the Democratic challenger in certain races.
Well,
our union dues never went to help a Republican ever in my time with my union, and I was there 18 years, and that's whether I was in Detroit or in Chicago.
I understand. So the issue is not that there are a few. But in terms of their political impact, let's just remember 2/3 of the state legislatures in this country are controlled by Republicans. 60% of governors' mansions are controlled by Republicans. Okay. So it's the insular media that doesn't understand what's happening in the country. They don't really care because they live on the coast mainly, and where things are much more liberal, and that's all they really care about is their little circle. And anybody who doesn't agree with them, well, these are the troglodytes that live in places we don't. They're not, urban and urbane sophisticates in New York or L.A. or Chicago. And that brings me to this story that will be posted tomorrow. It is a story that's done by a media outlet that I'm a principal of, Chicago City Wire. And it will be the largest analysis of voting records of leading Illinois journalists. Okay. Kind of press that we get, what's the composition
what's their political affiliation?
Yeah, what's the composition of the fourth estate here? Do you think it matters? Think it matters how, in terms of impact on how Tiny Dancer and the 50 trained SEALs on the city council get covered for the last 100 years? How state politics gets covered? How national politics is filtered through
the local stations? Yeah. Well, okay, so there was an anchor, I don't want to say his name, that I used to work with, who said he never votes in the primary.
Yeah, a lot of people
because
don't.
Then they can pull his record and see how he voted. And he lived his whole life never voting in the primary, always just in the general.
Well, an Indiana university recently found that just 7% of journalists call themselves Republican versus 28% who call themselves Democrats. And, of course, the others are independent or declined. But so that's 4-1 in terms of self-identification, Democrats or Republicans, and that's journalists writ large. Here's Illinois. Chicago City Wire examined 366 primary ballots cast over the past 3 decades by 68 leading editors, reporters, and anchors throughout the state. 49 were Democrats of the 68. 15 cast no votes or chose not to vote in primary elections, to your point. 4 Republicans. 49-4. So 12-1. This is anecdotal, but it's looking at those that are the decision makers and the opinion leaders within the Chicago and the Illinois press corps. Is this relevant? Do you think I'll ask the same question. Do you think Illinois' political culture would be different? Do you think the content in the local news outlets would be different if those numbers were reversed? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Go through it. Most dedicated Democrats, Greg Hines, our friend who writes the political column for Cranes. Voted in 16 primaries back to 1992, all Democrat. Tom Korfman, this irascible, disagreeable hack, also at Cranes. He's a
How do you really feel about him?
He's a political editor. Tom Korfman, Cranes, Scott Fornick of the Sun-Times, and Ted Cox of DNA Info.
Let me guess. Wait, they've always voted Democratic.
Voted in 14 Democrat primaries. And by the way, just to, be honest about this, I know Scott Fornick. I've known Scott Fornick for a long time. Scott Fornick's a very good journalist. And I've always been treated fairly by Scott Fornick. And I think he's actually one of the few that does play it down the middle.
Well, is it a possibility he pulled a Democratic ballot to have a weaker challenger against his Republican opponent?
14 times.
Well, maybe he's really consistent.
Okay.
Well, maybe some of those 14 was it.
And actually, Ted Cox at DNA Info, I've had limited interaction with him, but he's always treated me fairly. And it's as far as the stuff I've read that he has written, seems to play it down the middle and just kind of chase the story, which is what you should do. Here's the thing. I don't expect journalists to be objective. That's fantasy.
They should be. You report both sides of the story, but everybody that I have always worked with always gets the Democratic side and never the Republican side. They always left that out.
You can't be. There is no such thing as objective. That's the big lie, and it's the big lie that journalists hide behind. You bring
You're painting with a broad brush.
No, I'm not. Everyone. I'm not objective. You're not objective. No one is objective. That is a lie. That is kind of.
Well, I always feel a responsibility to tell the other side of the story.
That's not the same thing. This is like self-hypnosis. I'm objective. I'm objective. No, you're not. You bring your views to the table. The first order bias is what you choose to report, the story you choose in the first place, and what you choose not to report. And that's okay. I don't expect people in the Fourth Estate to be superhuman. They have perspectives. Disclose the perspectives, be honest about it, and then people can make up their own minds. It's real easy. It's what I'm doing with the newspapers, the 20 community newspapers that I and my little group have started around the state. You know where I'm coming from. You know what my perspective is. We do news stories. We do investigative stories like this. If you say, well, I'm not going to listen to anything or read anything that Dan Proft's associated with because he's a conservative, fine. But you know I'm a conservative.
Right,
make up your own mind.
Hey, what about, is Carol Maureen on your list?
Yeah, so we'll get to her.
Oh. Is Marian Ahern on there?
Carol Maureen and Don Mosley of NBC5, the investigative team over there.
Hey, they have a working relationship.
Yeah.
They've been together for almost 3 decades now.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy.
He's Igor.
He doesn't talk much. I don't think I've said more than 10 words to him.
He's an indentured servant. Those two are creepy. Creepy.
It's a bizarre relationship, I will tell you that much.
So Carol Maureen and her manslave, Don Mosley, at NBC5.
Stop.
And Andy Shaw of the BGA, Better Government Association, and Sun-Times, formerly of ABC7, right? The political reporter there. And I like Andy. And he's always been fair to me, too. But they voted in 13 Democrat primaries.
Okay.
Maureen has actually voted in 2 Republican primaries in 14 and 06.
In what years? Wait, what years?
2014 and 2006. I guess she wanted to get a weaker opponent for Blagojevich in 06.
Well, my dad pulled a Republican ballot for the first time, or Democratic ballot for the first time ever during when Paul Vallis was running against Blago, because he wanted Paul Vallis.
Yeah,
because he was concerned for the state, so he thought, I don't want Blago again.
Yeah, I understand one-offs like that. I
mean, this first time in his life, the man's in his 70s.
If you do something 13 or 14 times, I think it's a pattern. Mike Flannery, CBS 2.
Oh, I can't wait.
I like Mike. Always treat me fairly. Marsha Lithcott, who's Chicago Tribune editorial on the Chicago Tribune editorial board. She's the one that you submit op-eds to. I have. She's always treated me fairly too. Both voted in 12 Democrat primaries, no Republican ones. Seamus Toomey, DNA Info, formerly Sun-Times. Steve Mills of Chicago Tribune voted in 8 Democrat primaries. Other reliable Democrat primary voters include DNA Info senior editor Dave Newbart, formerly of the Sun-Times, Robert Feeder, reports on media.
Oh, he lost his job.
Sorry to hear that.
How does he voted? Let me guess.
These are reliable Democrat primary voters. 6. Pioneer Press executive editor Phil Junk. 6. Sun-Times reporter Mick Dumke, who I like, treated me fairly. 6. Politico and former Sun-Times reporter Natasha Korecki. 4. Chicago Tribune managing editor Peter Kendall. 6. Associate editor Colin McCann, Tribune. 2. New York Times Chicago bureau reporter Monica Davey. 2. Chicago AP bureau editor Hugh Delios. 2. Chicago Tonight anchor Phil Ponce. 8.
8.
Dumke, Ponce, and Kendall all voted in the 14 GOP primary. The rest of the list I just read off only in Democrat primaries. There's a couple of journalists who voted in Republican primaries. Chris Kiergaard, who we've had on the show before, Peoria Journal Star, 6 for 6 in GOP
he's
primaries.
In Peoria.
Well, I understand.
Peoria.
Well, right, exactly.
All right, give me others who have pulled Republican ballots.
Rich Miller writes Capital Facts.
Oh, really?
Frank Main of the Sun-Times, crime reporter. Doug Finke of the Springfield State Journal-Register all voted in more GOP than Dem primaries. They voted in both.
That's impressive.
But more GOP than Dem.
Okay.
The 12-member Chicago Tribune editorial board.
Right.
Which just endorsed Gary Johnson.
Yeah. And by the way, 2 of my neighbors have canceled their subscriptions to the Chicago Tribune because they endorsed Gary Johnson.
Instead of Hillary Clinton.
Well, I mean, what a throwaway endorsement. I mean, why even endorse anybody if you're going to endorse Gary Johnson?
Why did they cancel their subscription?
Because they were insulted that they've endorsed Gary Johnson. That's embarrassing.
Instead of who?
Probably anybody but Gary Johnson.
So Hillary Clinton. That's what I thought.
No, that's conjecture.
Well, I asked the question. You're not answering it.
Because I don't know the answer. All they told me is they were insulted that they would endorse Gary Johnson.
And what do we know about your circle of friends in Lakeview? Conservatives?
No, of course
not. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I rest my case. So let's take it to the jury.
Oh, Dan's right as always.
Go
on.
7 members, the 12-member Chicago Tribune editorial board that before Gary Johnson endorsed Barack Obama twice.
Okay. I bet Kristen McQuarrie is the only
12-member Chicago Tribune editorial board. No Republican primary voters. 7 members consistently vote Democrat. 4 don't vote in primaries.
Probably because they have people like you sniffing around. They don't want to give the information.
And the last member so that's 7 plus 4 plus 1 is 12. The last member is an avowed partisan Democrat named Clarence Page, of course, who lives in D.C. He's on the editorial board. No Republican primary voters. John McCormick, who's the editorial page editor now, voted in 5 Democrat primaries, 2 Republicans. Since 2002, Marie Dillon has voted in 3 Democrat primaries, 2 Republican. Going down, we've already mentioned Marsha Lithcott, 12 primaries, all Democrat. Kristen McQuarrie, friend of the show, voted in 5 Democrat primaries, 1 Republican.
Oh my gosh, you can't fill in anymore.
That's not true. Laura Weber voted in 4 primaries, all Democrat. Paul Weingarten voted in 6 primaries, all Democrat. A couple are undeclared. Steve Chapman, the so-called libertarian, voted in 7 primaries since 1996, 4 Democrat, 3 Republican. Steve Chapman is the one who wrote the Obama endorsed editorial in 2012. So this is what you have. Do you think it influences how people understand the world around them, locally and nationally, just as the D.C. press corps coverage influences? I said, would it be different? Kent in Lincoln Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, of course it does. I can give you this example, and I think it's a reasonable example. I saw an interview by Michael Moore on Chuck Todd the other day, and Michael Moore was basically explaining that he thinks that Trump will probably win the election. And what he was saying was that all these voters in, the Rust Belt, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and places like that, they've been unemployed so long they absolutely have lost faith and don't trust anybody in the media whatsoever. So nobody listens to the media anymore because they're so biased. Now, am I biased like you just said, Dan? I guess I am, but at least I'm willing to take the opposition side. Amy, I really think that you're liberal, and the fact that you wouldn't answer Dan's question, I think, proves that.
All I was repeating was attribution to what my neighbors had told me, that they canceled it because they were embarrassed that they endorsed Gary Johnson.
But common logic would tell you the reason they canceled it. For you not to even be able to come to that, acceptance.
Oh yeah, I'm dumb.
Probably,
okay. Got it. Thanks.
Thanks for the call, Ken. Well, let's ask this. I mean, let's work the logic. It's a fair question, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Did they cancel their subscriptions when the Tribune endorsed Obama in 2012? No, they didn't.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Oh, and guess what? The Atlantic, who has not endorsed a candidate, only endorsed 3 presidential candidates, one being Abraham Lincoln in 1860, Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964, and in 2016, they've come out this morning. They are endorsing Gary Johnson. No, kidding, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Big surprise.
Lyndon Johnson.
Yes.
That was a great one.
But Abraham Lincoln, that's a good one. Long time ago.
I think the Atlantic did a little bit of a reverse course over the last 170 years. You know what I mean?
Forecast for today, it's dicey out there. Some showers and thunderstorms, some lightning, actually. A high today, though, of 79 degrees. Tomorrow, Friday, for the big Division Series Game 1 against the Giants. We're going to have morning showers in spots. Otherwise, cloudy, not as warm, a high of 68. Saturday, a gorgeous day for Game 2. Sunshine, a high of 63. And on Sunday, for your Chicago Marathon, runners, listen up. Dan, there's still time to train. It's going to be sunny and a high of 68 degrees, just perfect. Let's see if there's anything perfect on the roadways. I really doubt it. Here's Jim Telemonte.
That's pretty rough, Amy. And now downtown for that marathon, Columbus is closed between Roosevelt and Congress, so that's going to mean additional congestion on Michigan Avenue and Lakeshore Drive. The Edens is 30 minutes Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 32. The Eisenhower, 53 minutes Thorndale to the post office, outbound 50. Stevenson, 57 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Bryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 32 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 435. We're now seeing some delays on the tollways, and eastbound I-80 has delays. Crash at Hobolt. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rose the
I'm
man.
sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855 1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
My daughter started school, and I find myself worrying if she is getting home safe while I'm still at work. I wish I could check up on her.
Alarm Detection Systems offers remote control of your security system from your phone. Get text or video alerts when someone's at your door. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Our neighbor had thousands of dollars in flood damage and lost several items that are irreplaceable. Is there a security solution to receive early warning of an event like this?
Of course. Alarm Detection Systems has flood detection systems alerting you when water gathers in your home, giving you time to react. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
You've heard of living trusts and how they can help protect your assets, but you may not know if a living trust is right for you. Or maybe you have questions about creating your own living trust. The fact is, almost everyone can benefit from a living trust, which can protect your assets from the court system. and your loved ones from unnecessary expense and inconvenience. Learn more at a free seminar Wednesday, October 12th. Estate planning attorney Robert Zapolis will explain how to create your own living trust, estate planning under the new tax laws, why a will does not avoid probate, and more. Have your estate planning and living trust questions answered absolutely free. Don't miss this important seminar Wednesday, October 12th at 6:30 p.m. at Papa Joe's Restaurant, 145th and LaGrange Road in Orland Park. The seminar is free and a complimentary dinner is served, but you must make a reservation now. Call 708-478-1400. Call 708-478-1400. Again, 708-478-1400.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, since you brought up Gary Johnson and I brought up President Obama, you tell me who's more embarrassing. Is it President Obama who thinks 400,000 dead in Syria and the civil war ongoing there is in part caused by global warming, by climate? I guess we have to call it climate change now since warming is not happening. Is that more embarrassing? Or is Gary Johnson, in an interview with the New York Times, suggesting that Syria deaths caused by Assad are morally equivalent to the collateral damage inflicted by the United States with drone strikes targeting terrorists? So we're as bad as Assad because there have been civilians that have been killed by U.S. military action. That's Gary Johnson's view. Who's more embarrassing, Gary Johnson or Barack Obama? The debate rages on.
Well, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll do a little bit of Sunday debate preview or town hall preview, and also Lion Cecile gets the question that Tim Kaine should have gotten in the VP debate at 6:36.
And also Sean from Elmwood Park. Oh, the government's coming after him to squash his cigars. We'll explain, and we'll have him on. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Cloudy skies right now, 65 degrees. There have been some significant thunderstorms over the south and west through Will County, and especially as you head south of I-80 this morning. We'll keep our eyes on those. Hurricane Matthew remains a dangerously strong storm as it moves across the Bahamas and sweeps toward the east coast of Florida. Even the presidential candidates are trying to stay top of mind with voters in Florida and South Carolina as Matthew approaches. Political appearances and campaign events are being canceled. Over 1,500 flights have already been canceled as well through Friday as Hurricane Matthew continues its approach and leaves behind devastation in Haiti and the Bahamas. Friends and family and colleagues are mourning the loss of a Los Angeles sheriff's deputy shot by a burglary suspect. Candlelight vigil was held last night at the sheriff's station to honor and remember a 29-year veteran, Sergeant Steve Owen. A government contractor being accused of stealing highly classified data. FBI says Harold Martin was arrested in August. Martin was an NSA employee from Maryland. The Justice Department says he had top secret national security clearance. Southwest suburban student accused of threatening to shoot up Hinsdale South High School, according to prosecutors, is facing felony weapons charges. That 16-year-old is being held in a juvenile detention facility. An autopsy is planned later today on the body of an 8-year-old refugee from the Congo who died just after landing in Chicago. Customs officials say young David Deimi landed at O'Hare with the rest of his family yesterday on a flight from Dubai. Customs agents reported the boy looked ill and called nearby paramedics. They rushed him to a close-in hospital where he was later pronounced dead. Giants against the Cubs in Game 1 of the NLDS at Wrigley. Madison Bumgarner threw a 4-hitter as the Giants advanced with a 3-0 shutout of the Mets last night. The news service of Napa Auto Parts. When you pick up the 99-cent reusable bag from participating Napa Auto Parts stores, you're not just getting a bag, you're getting 20% off the stuff you put in it. That's Napa know-how. While supplies last, minimum 3 items purchased, some restrictions apply. Offer expires 10/31/16. 6:33 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois. Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years, and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year, and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is, and our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. You know, we have a director
Donald Trump called me late last night from Nevada to congratulate me on the
new
debate.
technologies and how they can affect
That
a
really
small
meant the
business.
world to me.
Every
It really
business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a
Some
manufacturer,
people
a
think
car
I
dealer,
won.
whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So
But
our main purpose is to really
I'll leave
do our
that to
very
others.
best to keep people up 100% of the time.
You know, what I can tell you
keep
is
them
from where
backed
I
up,
sat,
and make sure that they can do what they do.
Donald
and we
Trump
can
won the debate.
deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey.
Donald Trump's
so you can
vision to
focus
make
on the important
America
things of your
great
business.
again
Visit turnkey.pro
won the
today.
debate.
You might not know it, but fall is the perfect time to feed your lawn.
And that's what I bring to the
so
ticket.
This football season,
that
you can
experience
spend
having
half
served at
time
all
eating
levels of
some
government.
lukewarm bean
But my
dip.
primary
Or
role
you can
is
head
to be
outside and run
Hillary
some lawn
Clinton's
fishing
right-hand person
using
and strong
Stubbs Turf
supporter
Builder
as she
Winter
puts
Guard
together the most
Fall
historic
Lawn.
administration
The
possible.
conditions are ideal for grass to grow deep roots.
And you wanna
so
be?
your lawn will be stronger come
40th
spring.
anniversary planting.
So forget the room temperature dip.
And what
Get out
qualifications
there
would
and
you
pick
say
up
you
your
have?
bag today.
I
Fall time
believe
is
that
young
it's
with
not
Scott.
just beauty. I think it's an attitude. I think it has
Liberty
a lot to
Mutual
do with
Insurance
personality
presents
and an
Story
attitude.
About Pickles.
I think Playboy really represents that.
Wife wants it.
And I believe that I have that. I have what it takes to represent them.
Well, I think you have what it takes too. And I think everyone in this room thinks you have what it takes also.
Liberty Mutual Insurance has 24/7 claims assistance.
Did you
No,
do that?
I'm not
Claim
into
right
that.
away.
No, I didn't
do
that. If only you bought the right pickles.
Click the banner to get a quote. You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
The vice presidential debate was both sides playing to the voters.
What type of business you're
When
in,
I saw a lot of profiles, because it wasn't just one, I did start to get scared and worried.
National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service,
It's close to Halloween and stuff, and it's just sad.
banking partnership. Customers like
The
Rick
threat
Williams
contained
of
information that.
Hi, my name is
I'm
Rick
looking
Williams,
forward
owner
to
of
our
Pump
next
Supply
debate
Incorporated.
next Sunday.
As a
I thought
business owner, I
the first one
recognize
went
the importance
pretty
of
well.
relationships. I need a bank that understands
And
my
just as
business
in that
and is able
first
to
debate,
respond
I
quickly
feel
and
it's
creatively
my
to the needs of my
responsibility
Cornerstone
not to
has been a
defend
valuable business
myself
partner
against his
and has helped
attacks
me grow my
because
company and seize
really been there,
opportunities
done
as I
that.
come across them. Whether it's providing a line of credit or
I
financing the
think it's
acquisition
my
of equipment or
responsibility
real
to
estate,
defend everybody else
Cornerstone
against
has
his
been there for me
attacks.
every step of the way.
Thanks, Rick. Please visit cornerstonenb.com.
Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees.
Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
In the good old days, lender, member
They'd rip
FDIC.
him out of that seat so fast. If there's a group out there, just
6:36.
dog,
Let's get an update on the
fat
roads. AM
pig.
560
Real quotes
traffic
from
center
Donald
time.
Trump
Here's Jim
about women.
Talamonte.
Rain's
A
a real
person who's
factor
very
like on the roads,
flat-chested
and of
is
course through
very
the air with
hard
many
to be
flight
content.
cancellations.
I'd look
due
her
to the
right in that
hurricane
fat, ugly
approaching
face of hers.
Florida.
Look at
The
that
northbound
face.
Tri-State
Would
has
anyone
heavy
vote
delays
for
now
that?
from
She had the
Cicero
height?
Avenue to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve eastbound.
Long
Adams,
before
Slope,
Tim
Austin,
Kaine
Roselle,
was in office.
Jan Bussey to the Kennedy. Edens runs 35 minutes. Lake Hookham.
Can you notice
Montrose
what's
outbound
different in this
25.
NASA image?
Kennedy,
You see all
30
brown
minutes
here
O'Hare to
and then
downtown, outbound
green to the
32.
east.
The Eisenhower.
That's because this
Hour
whole
and 3
area
minutes.
has been
Thorndale to Post
essentially
Road. Outbound 53
deforested.
minutes.
They take all the
Stevenson,
trees down. They
57
burn the
minutes,
trees. Even the
355 to
kids there,
Lakeshore Drive,
they're so
outbound 38.
hungry they actually
Ryan,
eat
27
the
minutes,
trees.
95th downtown. I-57, 35 minutes. I-80 to the merge station. Ford 45. Traffic Service of Account Temps. The 2017 Salary Guide is here. Check it out for instant access to the up-to-date salary forecast for more than 400 accounting and finance jobs where you live. Visit them at accounttemps.com. Account Temps, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most on Jim Talamonte, AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. We'll have sun today, showers and storms around as well. In fact, rain approaching Melrose Park and Westmont right about now, and heavier storms to the south and west. High 79 with showers and storms continuing overnight and a low of 65. Currently 66 and rain and crack of thunder at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Steve Beeman Show with co-host Carol Parisi, empowering you Sunday evenings at 8 right here on AM 560.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
All right, who sings this song?
I don't know who sings this song.
I'm asking Dan, great one, because you're a musical genius. It just takes some time.
That's the song, yeah.
Help! Throwing out a lifeline.
Yeah, that's the song.
Jimmy Eat World?
Jimmy Eats World.
Eat
3 words. Yes.
Jimmy Eats World? What, they ran out of names?
Can't all have, what was Ed Klein talking about with Hillary's heart valve? Leaky valve.
Oh, Leaky Valve. That would be the name of my band.
Leaky valve.
Yeah, Ed Klein thinks that Hillary collapsed and all that because she has a leaky mitral valve, which keeps blood in her heart. She's heartless.
I reject the premise.
She needs a new heart.
Yeah, so the debate reviews are still coming in from the VP debate as we look forward to Sunday's town hall debate between Trump and Hillary. Mike Pence.
He was great.
Taking victory with humility, as is his wont.
Yeah, and of course promoting his boss instead of just accepting the gratitude for himself.
Donald Trump called me late last night from Nevada to congratulate me on the debate. That really meant the world to me. It truly did. Some people think I won. But I'll leave that to others. You know, what I can tell you is from where I sat, Donald Trump won the debate.
Oh, my gosh. Butt kisser.
Donald Trump's vision to make America great again won the debate.
All right. Is it just me, or does he sound like Elvis Presley? He sounds different than he did at the debate. He sounded a little more like he's letting his southern Indiana come through.
Yeah.
Know what I mean?
I think it was.
Why am I talking like this?
I think it was the star-studded jumpsuit that he was wearing that had the bejeweled jumpsuit. I think that threw you off. Mike Pence, not often confused with Elvis Presley.
But didn't his cadence, the way he was
got
speaking, he sounded a little
A little bit. I get you.
Southern Indiana is near Kentucky, you know.
Well, it's interesting. Mike Pence is a loyal soldier. There's a very good piece in American Thinker by a Bush 41 speechwriter. She was also a Bush 43 appointee as an official.
Can you put that copy back on my desk, please, when you're done? The article that you're about to read. Yeah.
I'll introduce you to the internet, and you can look it up yourself.
I thought it was going to go away.
Bush 41 presidential speechwriter, Bush 43 appointee to the UN's Children's Summit and Commission on the Status of Women. Oh, boy. Her name is
juggernaut to get through.
Her name is Janice Shaw Krause, and the piece is "Why a Well-Read Woman with an Earned Doctorate Will Vote for Trump." Here are some of the highlights, and one relates to Pence and his performance. "I'm voting for someone who I believe will surround himself with the people that I respect and whose values I share. I'm voting for a return to considering America's best interests in international decisions." So also speaking to whether the world is safer after 7.5 years of Obama and Hillary. And then she goes on to say, "I'm voting to restore a public square where people who disagree can express their views civilly and be expected to listen carefully while someone else disagrees and elaborates on their different perspectives in an equally civil way. Voting to end the ridiculous ways of politically correct language, voting for lawful immigration and secure borders, voting for the protection of the Bill of Rights and the provisions of the Constitution." And part of that is will take the form of Supreme Court nominees. "Voting to protect our right to worship freely and also live out that faith authentically in public." So, again, in terms of the cartoonish caricature by the D.C. press corps of Trump supporters, a lot of people that don't quite fit into that characterization that's been advanced. And speaking of living out one's faith, this was a question that was brought up in the debate, towards the end of the debate between Pence and Kaine. I thought it was a really interesting moment. The question was effectively, anytime where your faith ran into conflict with your public duties, right?
And how did you reconcile it? Tim Kaine said, as a Catholic, practicing Catholic, tries to live my values and all that. Just capital punishment. When I executed a guy, and I don't believe in capital punishment.
Right. Part of him, didn't he say before part of him died with the gentleman who was being executed?
Uh-huh. And
because he was representing him at the time.
Abortion, never. The fact he's a toady for Planned Parenthood and pro-abort, and the pro-abort left, that never ran afoul of his Catholic faith or demanded any further reflection on the issue. It was interesting. And they got into a little back and forth, very respectful back and forth on the issue, because Mike Pence is a very respectful kind of guy. And it was interesting because there was an opportunity for Mike Pence to pose a question to Tim Kaine that I think should be posed in these conversations if you want to have a substantive debate on these issues. And the question was essentially, Tim Kaine characterizes himself as personally pro-life. Pence recognized Kaine for previously supporting the Hyde Amendment, now in its 40th year, which prohibits federal funding of abortion. And the question, of course, is, well, is it a child in the womb, Tim? I mean, do you believe it's a child in the womb? Because you're personally pro-life, so why would you be personally pro-life? What's the basis for that? And if his answer necessarily is, I'm personally pro-life because I believe it's a child in the womb, then rights attach. And you are duty-bound to advance the legal position that life is afforded the same protections as a 5-year-old, 15-year-old, 25-year-old, 75-year-old.
So you're saying personally he's pro-life.
I'm not saying it.
But
he said that.
publicly and as a politician, he's pro-choice.
And so
he's playing both sides of the coin.
Well, it's a fascinating thing, too, to live your life saying, here's what I personally believe, and here's the values I live. But as a public official, I'm going to spend my life doing 180 degrees the opposite. Mm-hmm. It's an interesting way to live your life. And I raised this question because the question that Pence could have raised, and I thought it would be a really interesting moment to have a thoughtful discussion on the topic, which is difficult because people are so dug in on it. Although people change their minds all the time, like Norma McCorvey, Roe of Roe v. Wade, who became a pro-life activist. So people change their minds. Mm-hmm. They hear arguments they hadn't heard before. They consider points of view they hadn't considered before. Cecile Richards, the ghoulish head of Planned Parenthood, is not going to be one of those people, but she was on Iowa radio on Tuesday discussing this very issue. And she was asked a question about this very issue of constitutional rights. And here is how that went down with Cecile Richards and how I think it would have gone down had Pence posed the question to Kaine.
At what point does that child or that unborn person, fetus, whatever you want to call it, at what point does that baby get the constitutional rights?
Well, I don't know that there is a exact answer for that, because what the point is that women have, and there are, as you know, restrictions on women's ability to terminate a pregnancy and when they can. But until a pregnancy is viable, they have the right to make that decision. And I think it really, honestly, that's not the problem that we're facing in America.
How about that answer?
Wow. I almost want to hear it again.
The beginning is the important part. The constitutional rights of a child, when do they attach, Cecile?
At what point does that child or that unborn person, fetus, whatever you want to call it, at what point does that baby get the constitutional rights?
Well, I don't know that there is a exact answer for that, because what...
How can there not be an exact answer for that? Is it, do you take the Peter Singer approach that until the child is up to 2 years old, they can be aborted? I'm not kidding. So
that would be murder. 2 years old?
Viability is
They're potty trained by then.
Viability is a gooey word, isn't it? Not kidding. Who said that? That is an Ivy League professor, Peter Singer, whose position is that.
My kids, Payne and Eli, are not going to that school wherever he's teaching.
Supports infanticide. So
Cecile Richards, I just want people to think about that. I won't even bloviate anymore, but just think about that. At what point does a child have constitutional rights? And Cecile Richards, the head of Planned Parenthood, that illegally traffics in baby body parts, says, I don't know. There is no discernible point. That's fascinating, isn't it?
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some thunderstorms, some lightning rolling through the area right now. It's going to be a pretty dicey day after the showers go through here. We're going to have rain on and off throughout the day, a high of almost 80 degrees. Tomorrow, Friday, for the Division Series, Cubs-Giants Game 1. We're going to have morning showers in spots. Otherwise, it's going to be cloudy, not as warm, around 57 degrees at game time. Saturday, mostly sunny, just a gorgeous day, a high of 63. And on Sunday, for the Chicago Marathon, which Dan is limbering up for it right now, we're going to have mostly sunny skies, just a great day, a high of 68. Jim Telemonte, it's crowded in the air and crowded on the ground. Here he is.
All over, lots of flight delays and cancellations with weather across the country, Amy. And of course, Columbus is now closed for marathon setup downtown Roosevelt to Congress. That'll mean additional congestion around Grant Park. I-65 northbound, slow 53rd Avenue to Ridge Road with a crash in the left lane. 80-94 westbound, jammed Berta Kennedy with a stalled truck in the right lane. Eden's 35 minutes like Cook to Montrose outbound 25. The Kennedy now 50 minutes O'Hare to downtown outbound 55. The Eisenhower's an hour and 3 minutes. Thorndale to the post office outbound 53 minutes. Stevenson an hour and 12 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive 50 minutes from the Tri-State outbound 45 minutes to 355. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State jam Cicero to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tilbury to the Grand Avenue Curve. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hey, have you waited to buy a MyPillow? Well, if you have, you're in luck. For this month only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second for free, but you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of just 1. It is their best offer ever. You know, nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because we use MyPillows, and it's the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees they made it their official pillow. I love it because it's washable, removes all the ickies, sweat, things, you know, that cause allergies, acne, and asthma. So it's a great health investment. And you'll sleep better, so visit MyPillow.com. Click the radio listener special tab and use the promo code Amy. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows, all for the price of just 1. Or call 800-489-0201. Mention the radio listener special and use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Costco says, I'll take Manhattan. And New Jersey boosts its gasoline tax by 23 cents a gallon. And investors will have the latest word on jobless claims today. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
Big retailers like Costco, Walmart, and others generally build stores in the suburbs. But Costco just opened a store in Midtown Manhattan, about 1/3 the size of its normal locations. The store, only the second in all of New York City, is geared toward young adults and working professionals. Investors today poring over economic reports on chain store sales, jobless claims, consumer attitudes, and whether there will be any major layoffs planned nationwide. New Jersey residents gearing up for more pain at the pump. A vote is scheduled in the state capitol to boost New Jersey's gasoline tax by 23 cents a gallon. Governor Chris Christie says he'll sign the measure, which will pay for bridge, road, and transit repairs. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
The U.S. stock market's on the brink of collapse. World currencies will soon freeze and devalue, and gold will hit $10,000 per ounce. So says New York Times best-selling author and economist Jim Rickards in his latest book, The New Case for Gold. Hi, my name is Adam Barata. I'm the managing director at Advantage Gold. Advantage Gold is on a mission to warn everyone about the massive risks facing all investors right now. And that is why Advantage Gold is giving away Jim Rickards' latest best-selling book absolutely free. Call 800-900-8000 right now to get your free copy. That's 800-900-8000. In this book, Jim explains how loose credit has created massive asset bubbles, why central banks are no longer able to prop up economies by taking on more debt, and why demand for gold will soon spike worldwide, driving the gold price to as high as $10,000. If you care about your financial future, please call now. 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. My name is Adam Barata. We are Advantage Gold, and your future is safe in our hands. 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold has the highest ratings according to TrustLink, with a 100% 5-star rating.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, all right, this is an issue of personal interest to me, but the regulatory state should be of interest to everyone. The FDA cracking down on cigar makers, and as I've said before, they can take my Romeo and Juliet Vintage 5 from my cold, dead hand. But for more on this topic, let's talk to a practitioner in the space. He is our very own Sean from Elmwood Park, who's the proprietor of the Elmhurst Cigar House. Sean, thanks for being with us.
Right. For now, it's the Elmhurst Cigar House. But there's something important to remember about this story, and that is in 2009, the FDA had a budget of $1.7 billion. Today, it is $4.7 billion. And the way
that means they're doing 4 times the good work.
Well, what it is 4 times the extortion. And that's what's important to remember. And this was all the way passed by a Republican Congress,
right,
which
so
is also a side note.
What are they doing to you? How is the FDA and big government choking you?
Because the FDA guarantees its increase in spending by fees and fines.
No, Sean, let's let Sean stop. Stop with the kind of 30,000-foot abstraction. I want to talk about cigars. The FDA coming after cigar makers.
They went after fine tobacco. Up until then, fine tobacco was not under the microscope of the FDA. So fine tobacco, if you had a cigar that was made after 2007, you have to send it to the FDA for testing. Now, when you send it to the FDA, it's not a benign where you send your cigar in and you keep operating in business. You go out of business until they approve it, and you pay for their testing. Their testing costs $330,000 to get started. By the time you're through testing, they speculate it will be upwards of $1 million. So you take these small companies.
Well, so I mean, this is like bringing a new drug to market, but tobacco is not a new drug. So here's the 2 questions. One is, what's the magic of 2007? And 2 is, why does the FDA? What's the rationale the FDA offers for the need to test these cigars?
There is no rationale for 2007. They picked it out of their shoe. They figured because that's like they do everything. They have no evidence as to why they picked 2007. But here's the ramifications of this. There was 150 cigar makers outside of Tampa Bay. There's one today. And that one is thinking about going out of business. The ramifications of these kind of policies are you are unemploying thousands and thousands and thousands of people. They know this. Not only is that the ramifications, but you're protecting the ones who can afford to pay it. The ones I got a letter, Dan. I was going to show it to you. It's sickening. There's a father and son in Michigan. They started a little cigar company called PK Cigars. Now they sell the cigar for about $5 retail. It's a very good product. They own a little farm down in Honduras where they employ probably 30 people. He sent me a letter because I have his cigars. He's out of business. He's just closing preemptively, as many and many small businesses are. There's another kid in Hinsdale, young kid, had an idea he was going to infuse cigars with absinthe, that liqueur you were telling me about, the ancient liqueur.
Yes.
He's out of business. So you're destroying entrepreneurs. You're destroying workers that depend on this. This cigar community, and you know this, Dan, it's like a little family. These little cigar stores are primarily little think tanks where guys go, they can vent, they can have conversations.
Okay.
It's true.
Bye-bye.
It's true. Elmer's Cigar House.
I'm sure it's...
Elmer's
bring
Cigar
a cigar
House.
in tomorrow when you fill in for Dan.
It is.
We'll smoke
Twice
them.
as efficient as Luca Brasi and 6 times as productive. The FDA, why do you think there's one insulin company and the girl who runs it's the senator's daughter? Why? The government is positioned against the people and they pretend they're representing you. They're full of virtue. They're strong-arming us,
All
one
right.
and all.
Sean,
Well,
all right,
we'll
Sean,
talk
we got
more
to
about it
jump.
tomorrow.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for calling in, Sean. Sean's sitting in for me tomorrow, and I got to tell you, he's right about the Elmer Cigar House. Noblemen and magistrates discussing the issues of the day. I'm there routinely. Now, I don't want the place to be overrun, but it is a very good time, and there's a lot of interesting people, and it's a good conversation. And the arbitrariness of the FDA that Sean's talking about is precisely correct.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Michael Rubin from the American Enterprise Institute at 7:07.
And later, how skin-to-skin contact after you give birth, why is that the hospital's business, and why do they charge you? But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Danatine accused of threatening to bring weapons to school at a suburban high school. Chicago aldermen approved the mayor's police reform ordinance. We'll get an update from AM 560's David Stewart on action yesterday at City Hall. An 8-year-old from the Congo dies after landing at O'Hare. An Illinois man gets life in prison in Wisconsin for the hatchet slaying of his wife. Cubs to face the Giants in the National League Division Series after a Giants win last night over the Mets. Some sun today and showers and storms in the forecast. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. As Hurricane Matthew nears Nassau, battering the Bahamas, we're finding out it was even deadlier in Haiti, killing at least 35 people. The storm destroyed thousands of homes.
It's hard when you the place you love and going through this thing.
Ruben Sine with Mission of Hope Haiti. U.S. troops will get food and supplies to the victims, helping all the relief efforts. An update on Matthews just in. It has 125-mile-an-hour wind and is expected to get stronger.
We're going to be dealing with a Category 3 or Category 4 major hurricane all up the East Coast for a period of 24 to 36 hours.
So that's starting tonight, says Fox meteorologist Janice Dean. The eye could even cross land as it moves up Florida. More than 1 million people are evacuating from Florida to the Carolinas, but not this man in Cocoa Beach.
My house was built in 1947. It's been here all these years. It's made it through all the hurricanes.
Fox's Evan Brown is live in Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Dave, most of the people who needed to leave are gone, and everybody who will be staying put is getting ready to stay put, getting that gas tank filled up one more time. Frank lives here in Deerfield Beach.
Praying, mostly. Hopefully we can have enough of whatever we need, and we'll secure as much as, we could be, boarded, shuttered up, boarded up, whatever necessary,
And right now there's only a small breeze, no rain yet, but there is a thick cloud cover and the air feels kind of moist and warm, and everybody knows that's going to change later today, Dave.
Evan Donald Trumbull holds a town hall in New Hampshire after rallying in Nevada where polls show it's a tight race.
You got to get out and vote, no matter what happens.
He's seizing on what Bill Clinton said about Obamacare.
He said it's just a crazy system.
The former president, though, amended that yesterday, praising Obamacare at an Ohio rally.
And it's done wonders for all of us because you can't deny coverage for pre-existing conditions again.
Hillary Clinton will hold a New York fundraiser today. The next Clinton-Trump debate's Sunday night. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Outside, we have rain and thunderstorms and 63 degrees. It is 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man is in critical condition after he was struck by a CTA Blue Line train in Wicker Park. Police say witnesses saw the victim jump onto the tracks early this morning near the Division Station near Milwaukee Avenue. Blue Line trains were temporarily delayed after the incident. Chicago Teachers Union and CPS back at the bargaining table less than a week before a possible teachers' strike. Both sides are expected to continue talks until Tuesday, the date CTU says educators will walk off the job if a tentative deal cannot be reached. The Southwest suburban student accused of threatening to bring guns to school weapons at Hinsdale South is facing felony weapons charges. DuPage County prosecutors said yesterday the 16-year-old promised what they called a South accost at the Darien school and made a specific threat against a fellow student on Monday. Chicago aldermen moving forward with the mayor's plan to reform the city's system of investigating police misconduct. The mayor said the city took a major step forward after the city council approved his ordinance replacing IPRA with the Civilian Office of Police Accountability.
These are changes we should make and want to make to give people the confidence that there's accountability, there's oversight.
An autopsy is planned today on the body of an 8-year-old refugee from the Congo who died after landing in Chicago. Customs officials say young David Deima landed at O'Hare with his family yesterday on a flight from Dubai. Customs agents reportedly noticed the boy looked ill and called paramedics. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead. Chicago sports, Giants and Cubs in Game 1 of the NLDS at Wrigley Field after the Giants advance with a wild-card win over the Mets, 3-0. NBA preseason, your Bulls back in action tonight at Indiana. The news, a service of Staples, with low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with a $10 discount, plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Precision Payroll of America, Automated Systems Incorporated, and by Best Dental Group.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that you're probably driving right now. Sitting comfortably behind the wheel with a tasty caffeinated beverage in your cup holder. Well, if you were driving with Uber, you could be earning money right now too. That's because Uber is the ultimate side hustle. Extra cash whenever you want. Earning you can turn on and off, just like your car. This isn't just another job, it's a totally flexible way to earn. So go ahead, get your side hustle on. Visit uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now.
You're listening to the sound of an actual heart beating outside of a human body. Thanks to modern technology, a doctor can now keep a donor heart beating until it's ready to be transplanted into its recipient. Yet if our doctor wanted to transfer a phone call from her desk phone to her cell, she couldn't, because her phone system can't do that. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'sabout-time.
It is 7:06. Let's get an update on the roads this morning. In our AM 560 traffic center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound Lakeshore Drive is really jammed from the Stevenson to Jackson, with closures downtown of Columbus and Roosevelt to Congress, along with Balbo and Jackson to set up for the Marathon Sunday. The Edens is 40 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy an hour, O'Hare to downtown, 32 minutes from Montrose, 23 in the Express, outbound an hour and 5 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, 53 minutes from Manheim, outbound an hour to Thorndale, northbound 53, slow Thorndale to Feasterfield with a car fire on the right side. The Stevenson is an hour and 15 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50 minutes. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State delays are heavy. Cicero to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve. Adams Tollway slow Bartlett to Roselle, and Lee to the Kennedy. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, a blend of sun and clouds with a shower or thunderstorm around. Very warm with a high 79. Mainly cloudy and warm with a shower or thunderstorm tonight, low 66. A morning shower in spots, otherwise mostly cloudy and not as warm tomorrow with a high of 68. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Rain and thunderstorms crossing the area at this hour. 61 at O'Hare, 63 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k rollover specialist. Heard Saturday mornings at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, there was a lot of national security discussion in the vice presidential debate. There's sure to be on Sunday in the town hall as well.
We could only hope.
Of course, Mike Pence's flourish that the references to Putin are not an endorsement of Putin in terms of his success and his increasing power vis-a-vis the United States. They're not lauding Putin. They're indicting the weakness and fecklessness of the Obama administration. For more on this and to preview some of these similar issues that will certainly be taken up on Sunday's debate, we're pleased to be joined again by our friend Michael Rubin, former Pentagon official and a scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. And Michael, I want to start with this little nugget. As these emails continue to be disclosed, thanks to Freedom of Information Act requests by groups like Citizens United and Judicial Watch, we find Huma Abedin, Mrs. Carlos Danger. Mrs. What was his new nickname? T-Dog?
T-Dog.
Mrs. T-Dog, saying in 2009 to Bill Clinton that he should reject a speaking invitation to AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Council, asking Bill Clinton's assistant in an email, this is Huma Abedin, you really want to consider sending him into that crowd? And Abedin's that crowd comment is drawing rebuke from conservative and liberal Jews alike. What
does that mean?
How did you take that question that Huma Abedin posed to Bill Clinton's assistant, Michael?
Well, there seems to be a discrepancy between the rhetoric of both Bill and Hillary Clinton to external audiences and what they say privately, and this is becoming more the rule than the exception. We also see the same sort of issue coming with regard to, for example, Hillary Clinton's close advisor and associate, Sidney Blumenthal, sending some of the most vitriolic conspiracy theories with regard to AIPAC, some of them perpetrated by his son, Max Blumenthal, who likened Israel to a Nazi concentration camp. And the whole thing is just preposterous. And the fact that Hillary Clinton and Bill, for that matter, never separated themselves from someone who was offering these sorts of analogies and advice, be it Sidney Blumenthal, be it Huma Abedin, really leads to questions about their judgment.
Well, Israel's supposed to be our key ally in the Middle East. What is the Clintons' relationship, say, with Benjamin Netanyahu? Just describe it for us.
Well, it's a relationship that is somewhat fraught. And Benjamin Netanyahu was an Israeli prime minister during part of Clinton's term as well. And while Clinton had very close relations with some of the opposition at the time, Ehud Barak, Yitzhak Rabin, who was prime minister, who was assassinated, and so forth, they really seemed to resent what Israel was doing with regard to its strong counterterrorism and so forth. And one of the ironies, of course, of this is when the United States is attacked, we do the same sort of strategies that Israel does. I mean, attacking the terrorists and so forth, because the job of any democratically elected leader is to protect the security of its citizens.
I was listening to noted geopolitical thinker Leonardo DiCaprio the other day.
And what did you learn, Dan?
I learned that if you don't believe in the junk science that's advanced by the Al Gores of the world, then you are unfit for office. And following up on that, noted geopolitical thinker of the same caliber, Barack Obama, he's the president, suggested that part of the explanation for the 400,000 dead in Syria and the the dictatorship of Assad managing to hang on, and the Syrian refugee crisis is climate change. And so the question, I guess, Michael, is until we solve whatever the left says is the climate change threat, can we hope to bring peace to Syria?
Well, let me be blunt here. It's not climate change that is responsible for all the deaths in Syria. To be perfectly blunt, it's the lack of transgender bathrooms.
Finally, you put your finger on
Someone's
it.
willing to say it. I mean, the point of this is both theories are absolutely ridiculous. The fact of the matter is, and I mean, my first degree is in biology, environmental biology, actually, is when you have mathematical models that have no predictive value, then it's ridiculous to make predictions from them, let alone calibrate multi-billion-dollar policies to them. So this whole notion is just ridiculous. It's become the favorite scare tactic of the left in many ways, either to redistribute wealth or to perpetrate other causes to which they're tied, or they simply want to distract away from the accountability. The buck doesn't stop at President Obama's desk anymore. The buck stops with some monster called global warming.
So we're 3 days away until the next debate. Do you think Donald Trump should bring up the fact that about Hillary's emails and just hit home more that she jeopardized our national security?
I think absolutely that's going to be in his interest to do. The fact of the matter is, I mean, it's one thing to hit delete once. It's another thing to hit delete 30,000 times. And when when Hillary Clinton says that there was nothing here, the fact of the matter is every single leak we have proves that she has been lying, and one doesn't need to lie unless one is a congenital liar or unless one's trying to hide something. And in this case, there are real questions about what's going on. Now, that's not an endorsement of Donald Trump in any way, shape, and form. God knows he has a lot of vulnerabilities as well, but the whole point of these debates is to push out some transparency, some accountability, and it's more important for Donald Trump to do this towards Hillary because the media is on Hillary's side, and therefore the only person who's going to be exposing this sort of thing is Donald Trump if he's able to make questions in this town hall setting.
If he's able to kind of represent some of the arguments that Pence made about the Clinton Foundation, about emails, and also in particular about the ascendancy of ISIS, properly putting Putin in context in terms of the comments that have been made. Did you find Pence's lines of argumentation and explanation effective to the extent that Donald Trump should rinse and repeat them?
Yes, I think he was very effective. He was a very good debater. He was very relaxed. He was very focused. Now, when it comes to Putin, look, I'm uncomfortable. On one hand, I understand what Donald Trump is saying, that if he's trying to argue that he admires Putin because Putin takes care of his country, Putin puts his country first. That said, you need to recognize that Putin's also an adversary who wants to end the United States of America. And putting rhetoric aside, some of the ties which Donald Trump's closest advisors have had to Putin are deeply troubling. That said, one of Clinton's top surrogates, Ellen Tauscher, who's a former Undersecretary of State during the Clinton State Department, ended up retiring, went to the Atlantic Council, and ended up taking money from the Kremlin to put through a project which was all about how Russia's not so much of a threat. So when Hillary Clinton's closest advisors are taking money from the Kremlin, when Hillary Clinton herself refuses to say that this reset policy she initiated was a mistake, there's reason to question her judgment on Russia as well.
All right. He is Michael Rubin. He's a resident scholar for the American Enterprise Institute, the author of the book Dancing with the Devil. Michael, thanks so much for joining us as always. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Dan. Thanks, Amy.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
61 degrees at O'Hare right now. We have some showers and thunderstorms still lingering around the area. It's actually, they're going to be off and on throughout the day. Warm, humid, a high near 80 degrees. Tomorrow, for your game one of the division series, Cubs-Giants, we're going to have a morning shower in spots, otherwise cloudy. Not as warm, a high of 68 degrees, 57 for game time. Saturday looks spectacular. Mostly sunny, a high of 63. And for the Chicago Marathon, which kicks off early Sunday morning, it's going to be sunny and a high that day of 68 degrees. Dan is in training right now. He's doing his long run right now, and then he's going to taper down. He'll be ready to go. Let's get the latest from Jim Telemonte in the traffic center. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Amy. That marathon's already causing big delays with the setup having closed. Columbus, Balboa, and Jackson are on Grand Park. Northbound Lakeshore Drive is just a solid mess from 31st up to Jackson. Expect delays on Michigan Avenue, too. Edens is 42 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose is outbound 30. The Kennedy, an hour and 20 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound an hour 10. The Eisenhower, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour 20. There's a car fire at Beesterfield on the right side, northbound 53. The Stevenson, an hour and 15 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50 minutes. The Ryan, 27 minutes. 95th to downtown. The tollways all have significant delays. 8094 westbound, Slow to Kennedy Avenue with a stalled truck in the right lane. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
What's your caliber? You've heard about Black Rhino holsters for concealed carry, range practice, or competitive shooting. When you see how comfortable and safe they are, you'll want one for all of your firearms. They're handcrafted in Illinois by veterans using 100% virgin Kydex and American-made fasteners. From precision fit and finish to secure retention and quick draw, a Black Rhino is the finest affordable holster. With a lifetime material warranty and workmanship guarantee, Black Rhino has tactical carrier and concealed carry systems for every caliber. You and your firearm deserve a Black Rhino. The Second Amendment protects our right to bear arms, and Black Rhino protects those arms. Black Rhino Concealment. We hold your caliber against you. I love that tagline. Visit blackrhinoconcealment.com or call 847-783-6499 for showroom info. Use the promo code AM560 for a 10% discount on your first order. The number again, 847-783-6499, or visit the website blackrhinoconcealment.com.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I just have a question.
Yes, what is the question?
Well, Trump, some genius Trump is, lost $916 million in 1 year, right? Some genius he is.
Oh, I have some information for you.
Elizabeth Holmes, she's the
able to talk.
Well, can I make my point?
Yes,
and then
you can
add
make
it?
your point.
Thank you. Elizabeth Holmes is the CEO of the company Theranos. This is a blood testing startup that has struggled with some commercial partners, shed board members, a lot of credibility issues over the last few months. Wall Street Journal has reported on the startup that the technology, the blood testing technology, isn't as successful as Theranos had made it seem. And Elizabeth Holmes, the CEO of Theranos, it was announced yesterday, laying off 40% of their workforce. The reason I bring up Elizabeth Holmes is because she hosted a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton. She's participated in Clinton Foundation events, including a January 2015 Health Matters Summit. And so I wonder, because her company has fallen on difficulties, is she an idiot now too? I just want to understand what the standard is. If you have some struggles in business, if you have some failures, you have some risks that don't work out as you anticipated, are you then a failure? Are you a loser? Are you a genius, sarcastically? Or are you just somebody that, hey, that's how it works in the real world. Not everybody has the Midas touch, like Hillary Clinton does with the Clinton Foundation.
Do you think that's going to come up in the town hall on Sunday night? Do you think somebody will ask, hey, how did you lose $916 million? And do you feel guilty that you didn't pay any federal taxes? Because there's a new study out from the Tax Policy Center that says 666 American families that make $1 million plus every year do not pay federal taxes because they don't have to, because of certain losses that they've had, certain write-offs, and that Donald Trump is not alone. Now, I like the number 666 because that represents the devil. And at my church, if you have a lot of money, that's, the devil speaking for you to give it to the poorer people in this society.
Yeah,
but yeah,
right.
666.
Your church.
My church.
It's hilarious. Right. I guess that speaks to the whole idea. Like, for example, one provision of the tax code, the net operating loss, which is the issue at bar here, is positively pedestrian. It's not looking under a rock, as former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm characterized it, who couldn't be more ignorant if her head was screwed on backwards.
Yeah, a lot of the 666 families I mentioned, they make investments overseas and they take losses on investments. And they're just following the law. No one's breaking the law.
And so to your question, will that be brought up? And I hope it's brought up. And I hope Trump is ready to pounce on it, because there are kind of 3 to 4 levels of decimation he could affect on that issue and present the contrast in stark terms between entrepreneurial capitalists who takes productive risks and creates wealth in so doing, and Hillary Clinton, house cat, leveraging the people's assets for private gain. You choose. Do you want ruling class politicians who leverage your assets, our government, for their personal gain? Or do you say somebody that's been out there on the streets battling it out in a competitive environment with other real estate developers, or any other business for that matter, manufacturing and other entrepreneurs of all stripes and sizes? Who do you think brings more skill sets to the table that could be employed for your benefit as opposed to the ruling class's benefit? That's your choice, America. And I hope he puts it right between her eyes and right between the electorate's eyes, because that's what should be done here. If he doesn't turn this issue to his advantage, as I said in advance of the VP debate, it's political malpractice. Mike Pence did a decent job, but he didn't do as strong a job as Donald Trump could do, possibly could do, because Mike Pence has been in an elective office for the better part of 2 decades. He's not in the same position Donald Trump is to share life experience and to present the backgrounds in no uncertain terms. I think that's the opportunity. I really do. Ken in Westmont, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Ken.
Hello.
Hello, you're on.
Hello.
Oh, good morning, Don and Amy. Thank you for bringing me on the radio.
No problem.
You were talking about Mr. Trump's $916 million operating loss.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? I downloaded a copy of Bill and Hillary's 2015 tax return.
Right.
They carried over a $669,000 capital loss.
That's right. Yeah, we've discussed that on the show. Thanks for the call, Ken. And this is the point. That's another.
But Trump needs to bring that up if the question's asked. Like, I've taken 916. You've taken 662, whatever it is.
There are 3 or 4 bullet points that you just run down to obliterate this argument, and that's one of them. So what we're talking about is a difference in scale, but it's not a difference in kind. It's not a difference in principle. We both availed ourselves of that provision of the tax code. We did it at different levels because I took bigger risks. Mm-hmm. That's one of the points. Absolutely. Mike in Aurora.
Yeah, I think this is how you answer Donald Trump's tax questions. Is Donald Trump says, before I answer that, I want to assure the American people that I never donated $1 million to a charity of which I collected well over $1 million in annual salary, and only 3% of any annual cost from the charity actually went to anything that could be possibly recognized as charitable. Unlike my competitor, I did nothing of the sort, and that's the difference between her and Donald Trump. She gives money to herself and calls it a charity. Donald Trump keeps people employed, and it ends up being at such a high cost that there's a tax write-off. That's the difference.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Yeah, I mean, so that's part of it as well. I mean, I don't think you need to obsess about this or get into the weeds on this. I think you've got 3 or 4 strong arguments to make on the substance of tax law, capitalist versus, again, government cronyism. And he should stick there, rinse and repeat, no matter how many times they try and bring it up, even if she tries to bring it up as many times as Tim Kaine trying to bring it up in the VP debate. Phil in Palatine.
Hi, guys. My question are a couple. One is, how long are we going to continue to hammer those so-called 47%? You know, those scumbags like me that supposedly don't pay income taxes. But every year it seems like I pay income taxes. When do I get to see Hillary Clinton's supporters' income taxes? Mark Cuban and Warren Buffett. Let's not limit this to presidential candidates. Let's also throw the rich.
Yeah.
And when are we going to finally realize that Trump is duping all of us?
Which one is it? You want to see everybody's tax returns and including
Not
Donald Trump's?
Tax returns. I want to see when Mark Cuban yells about Trump's, patriotism. I want to see Mark Cuban's taxes.
Okay, but then now help me with the bridge to Donald Trump is duping us.
Trump, he seems to be the only guy out there who's this so-called rich guy who's not really supportive of Hillary Clinton. And I may be wrong, I'll admit, but he seems to make an amazing amount of mistakes for a guy who's been so successful in business. And I can't seem to tie the two together. And has been very supportive of Hillary Clinton. I have a feeling this is just a big dupe. And remember, he gets to keep, if I'm correct, half of all the money he raises.
That's not true.
He pays 50% of taxes.
No,
right?
that's not true. That's not true. That's not how the federal election law works. Thanks for the call, Phil. That's not true. You can't convert it to personal use. But here, this whole kind of he's a
some
stalking horse for Hillary.
Some politicians do, and some end up in jail for that. But...
Yeah, you can't do it legally. I
No.
guess I should be more specific. But here's the thing. This idea that, because you're successful in one area, he's been so successful in business, arguably, why is he making all these mistakes in politics? Because this is his first foray into politics. This concept, and we do this all the time, and I don't understand why. The smart guy bias, the rich guy bias. If you're successful in one space, that automatically means you'll be successful in every space. Wrong. That's why you have so many millionaire candidates and self-financing candidates who have been relegated to the ash heap of political history. Because you can be good at making widgets, you can be good at developing real estate, and you can still be a terrible political candidate. You can be tone deaf, you can be a poor public speaker, you can not be quick on your feet, you can have not a particularly interesting thought in your head when it comes to public policy. Because somebody's rich or smart in one space doesn't necessarily translate into every space. I don't know why people don't get that.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance. But they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
Your area rugs and carpets take a lot of abuse. Imagine if you were walked on every day. All the dirt from pets, kids, and spills pushed into your poor rug and carpet fibers. It's a tough job being a floor covering. It's even tougher to get them cleaned properly. Get the job done right the first time. Call Matthew Klugian & Sons, awarded the best carpet and rug cleaner in Chicago. Since 1938, Matthew Klugian & Sons nationally recognized state-of-the-art cleaning plant and service center have been cleaning, repairing, and restoring area rugs and carpets to the highest quality possible. Klugian & Sons will clean and sanitize your dirty rugs like no other. They clean museum-quality rugs and will treat your rugs and carpets with the same exceptional care. Visit Matthew Klugian & Sons showroom at 1421 West Devon Avenue when you're searching for new or antique area rugs or custom carpeting. Now save 50% on deodorizing with an area rug cleaning order. Klugian & Sons. Find them online at KLUGIANrugs.com or call 773-743-1300.
AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, it's pretty cool. This listener, Dolores Weasels from Sheldon, Illinois, sent us, she went to a garage sale and sent us all these old political ads from 1959, 1962. You want to read one of them, or do you have to see it to...
Oh, no, there's a couple of great societies. This was back when the Tribune was conservative and abiding Colonel McCormick's legacy. There's a great society, economic disaster, disquieting similarities of 29 with a little iceberg peeking up over the
Titanic
water.
Metaphor.
And the great society is the Titanic. Pay no attention to that little hunk of ice. Nothing can sink us. Boy, they had that great society sussed out, didn't they?
They sure did.
Wouldn't see that cartoon in the Tribune today.
No, you would not. Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We look at Amy Jacobson's vote history at 7:37.
Really? You do? But first, let's go into and then later, Hurricane Matthew is about to hit Florida. Millions ordered to evacuate. We'll give you the latest when we go live to Miami. But now let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
And the latest, Amy and Dan, on Matthew getting stronger this morning as it hits the Bahamas. Matthew will ramp up to a Category 4 storm later today. It moves in on Florida. Governor Rick Scott says evacuations are underway.
We'll likely start to see impacts on our state within the next 24 hours and last through the weekend. That means people have less than 24 hours left to prepare, evacuate, and shelter.
Evacuations are underway in Florida, South Carolina, and Georgia. Donald Trump giving props to running mate Mike Pence for his debate performance this week against Tim Kaine.
Mike had the single most decisive victory in the history of vice presidential debates.
Campaigning in Nevada, Trump called it a decisive victory and a springboard for him. A Los Angeles County Sheriff's Sergeant was shot to death answering a burglary report.
It's a very difficult time, as I'm sure you can imagine. For many members of our department, we're all suffering. It's really all that I have for you right now, folks.
Authorities say the suspected gunman was arrested. Sergeant Steve Owen, who's 53, died at a hospital about 2 hours after being hit by gunfire behind a home in Lancaster near L.A. A government contractor being accused of swiping highly classified data. The FBI identifies the suspect as Harold Martin III. A statement from the Justice Department says Martin worked for the NSA. A man in critical condition struck by a CTA Blue Line train in Chicago's Wicker Park neighborhood. Police say the witnesses saw the victim jump on the tracks early this morning near the Division Station near Milwaukee Avenue. The CTU and CPS back at the bargaining table less than a week before a possible teacher strike. Both sides are expected to continue talks until Tuesday. That is the date. CTU says educators will walk off.
His decision to drag us into this campaign and mischaracterize it, paint a very distorted caricature of Chicago, is a mistake.
Wrigley Field after Madison Bumgarner threw a 4-hitter in the Giants.
We'll put the sign back up when he releases his tax returns.
Of the Mets in the NL wildcard game last night. The News is a service of Staples with low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with $10 discount, plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 7:36 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Plus up your day with Centrum Silver multivitamins, upgraded with more vitamin D3. It's a healthy addition you can feel good about.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Robert Weissite of Robert C. Weissite Company agree.
I appreciate the depth of experience my Cornerstone banker brings to the table. Last June, we located a building we wanted to buy for expansion. My Cornerstone banker walked me through everything I could expect to face in advance, from the letter of intent all the way through the day of closing. It went very smooth and predictably and with low stress. He had been through this type of transaction many times, and his years of experience helped me make my purchasing experience predictable, efficient, and successful.
Thanks, Bob. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender, member FDIC.
Building owners, are you experiencing problems with your flat roof? Do you know where you're at in the life cycle of your roof?
install, repair, renew, or replace, one of the largest investments you will make to protect your building and its contents is the roof system on your building. So trust that investment to a proven industry leader. Trust it to Waukegan Roofing. Waukegan Roofing is a commercial and industrial low-slope roofing contractor installing roofs you can rely on since 1914. We install, service, and maintain all types of commercial and industrial low-slope roof systems for the Chicago area. We've installed millions of square feet of quality roofing systems, protecting buildings and their valuable contents for more than 100 years. So wherever you are in the life cycle of your roof, Waukegan Roofing is prepared to help you manage each stage with professional service and technical expertise. Call us today to schedule an appointment at 877-ROOF-201. That's 877-ROOF. Since 1914.
Illinois licensee 104000761.
7:38. Quick update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time with Jim.
The Kennedy is an hour and a half, Mike, from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound an hour and 10 minutes. The Eden's 45 minutes. Lake Cook to the Junction, outbound 35. The Ike, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour and a half. The Stevenson, an hour and 20 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. You get the picture. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, just a mess. 31st to Jackson, thanks to marathon closures downtown. Traffic service of Staples, low prices on ink and toner, and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner, we ordered from in-store kiosk, $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit one cartridge per customer. Staples. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Showers and thunderstorms training across the entire Chicagoland area and northwest Indiana into Wisconsin this morning. We'll top out at 79 this afternoon and then cool off overnight with a shower, low 65. 63 degrees, showers and thunderstorms in the area. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, powered by Tandem HR and sponsored by Everett College Funding. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Morning, Dan and Amy. And so I like what Ann B. Davis's bowling ball has come up with in terms of the moniker for the Giants-Cubs series. It's
What's that?
The Sanctuary City series.
Oh.
Chicago versus San Francisco. I like it. That's very
nice.
good. And speaking of Chicago,
yeah,
our Sanctuary City here, we've got a little bit of a contretemps, with respect to Trump.
This is good.
The city council tackling the big issues that are challenging the city. I mean, like, for example, where they're going to park when they use the tickets that the Cubs have provided for the playoffs.
No, they had bigger issues yesterday. There was a group of aldermen who are upset about those, those honorary plaza, those streets that are named after certain people. Well, one's named after Donald Trump, and your buddy, Alderman Brendan Riley, was pretty upset. He wants it taken down, Dan. It's right in front of, the River North Hotel on Wabash Avenue there.
Yeah, where Trump Tower is.
Exactly.
Right.
Where he created a lot of jobs by building this beautiful tower where a lot of people live. A lot of people go to the hotel and spend money. So Brendan, your buddy, said that Trump has painted a distorted caricature of Chicago on the campaign trail. Because remember the times that he compared our great country, our great city, to a decimated, war-torn country. That's what he's been saying.
Yeah, no, Chicago's not like a decimated, war-torn country. It's more violent.
Exactly. Well, here's your buddy. I think he's sober.
His decision to drag us into this campaign and mischaracterize it, paint a very distorted caricature of Chicago, is a mistake.
And he also went on to say that Trump has run a hateful, racist campaign against immigrants and minorities.
Brendan Riley is a machine hack. He's a Madigan toady. And so he is doing what the left does, what the left has done in Chicago and in Illinois for a century, and then scaled it nationally. It's what Rusty Reno sussed out, that piece that we talked about 7-8 weeks ago now, in First Things, bigot baiting. And the Democrats' play is solidarity and marginality. They love to keep people subjugated. They love to keep people dependent on the government because that is the basis upon which they enjoy power. Brendan Riley is no different. So it's the same bigot baiting rhetoric. It's the same cheerleading for solidarity and marginality, like somehow Chicago's been victimized because Donald Trump referenced the crime stats, the violent crime stats from the city, has been dragged into the campaign. We're having a national discussion about law enforcement, about the spike in violent crime in 2015, and nowhere is that more prevalent than Chicago, which has a higher murder rate than New York and L.A. combined. But Brendan Riley wants you to turn a blind eye and say, all that afflicts Chicago is Donald Trump referencing it. What a joke.
Well, yeah, and to the point where he wants the honorary street sign taken down immediately.
The street sign, look, the street sign.
Who gives a rat's patoo about the street sign?
I don't care about the street sign and these honorifics for quote-unquote famous people. I don't care one way or the other. It's what it represents. It's what it represents, which is the misdirection play from the left. And by the way, just on this point about left-wing governments loving the poor, there is a dissertation on this, if you will. A theory of political entrenchment by a few researchers. And here's what they say. A partially self-interested left-wing party may implement policies reducing the income of its own constituency, the lower class, in order to consolidate its future political power. Such policies increase the net gain that low-skill agents obtain from income redistribution, which only the left can credibly commit to provide, and therefore may help offsetting a potential future ideological shock averse to the left-wing party. So in other words, you settle for table scraps and the left gets dominion over you in return. It's a great deal for those in power. It's a terrible deal for people settling for table scraps. And maybe some of this stuff one day becomes transparent enough that people in Chicago and others afflicted with Stockholm Syndrome throughout the country recognize the scam that is being played on them over and over again. And I'm speaking specifically to the Black and Latino communities in Chicago and other urban centers. Maybe some point the scales fall from their eyes and their ears, and they recognize how they are being subjugated, not for their gain, but for the gain of the people that are subjugating them. I don't know. But instead, we're going to make this some kind of referendum on a sign, and Brendan Riley is going to put out an email and a press release and a mail piece. I got the sign taken down, like he's some champion of the little guy because Trump made some intemperate comments.
Well, speaking of little guys, Mayor Emanuel agreed with Brendan and the other aldermen, but he only wants to put it up unless this happens, or like put it up again.
We'll put the sign back up when he releases his tax returns.
Right. It's the same. It's the same play. It's exactly the same
Mayor
play.
Mayor Emanuel took campaign contributions from Donald Trump.
It's the same exact play. This is all our stuff. And if we don't like something somebody says in a political context or any other context, we'll take it away. You don't own that.
We own that.
You didn't build it. We have dominion over every aspect of your lives and your city and your government. And if you don't like it, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Keep electing us? Boy, you're killing me over here. Keep electing Brendan Riley, who's been there for a decade plus. Keep electing Tiny Dancer, who's been in Chicago politics and in Congress, now two-term mayor since the beginning of the Daley regime, Daley 2, Daley the son, Daley the lesser. What are you going to do? What's anybody going to do about it?
You need to run for mayor.
That's their attitude, and they get away with it because the serfs treat the feudal lords as feudal lords, and then the feudal lords behave like feudal lords. It's not complicated. Dan in the Northwest Side.
Well, let's go back to what Benjamin Franklin stated, that if you are willing to trade your freedom for security, you will have neither. And the people in the city of Chicago have given up their freedom for the so-called security. And here we are. If you're a black person in Chicago, you have absolutely zero security. And that's what people are willing to trade.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Dan. That's right. And you get scraps. And then we all pay Brendan Riley's bar tab at Boss Bar, where he's in the bag by 3:00 every day, and he spends a little time coming out, or but before his lunchtime sitting to jawbone Donald Trump honorary way. Give me a break. Are you serious?
It's so crazy.
I want.
Really,
Are there any adults left in Chicago besides the two people hosting this show? I mean, are there any adults? I mean, I know there are a handful, but what do you think the adult population is? What's the actual adult population? I mean, in terms of maturity and intellect and dot connecting ability and concern about existential threats, financial and physical, in Chicago. What percentage of adults are left in Chicago? I'd love to know. Is it 5%? Is it 10%?
2, maybe?
What's the actual adult population in Chicago? I want to know that. Bob and Waukegan, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, I want to thank you for the way your mind works. You actually help your listeners to think more critically.
Thank you.
And my note on this Brendan character is he's like all the other politicians in Chicago that have a D by their name. They wouldn't make a good-sized boil on Donald Trump's rear end, and they all need to be lanced.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Bob. Yeah, but they're unaccomplished and unskilled, but that doesn't mean they won't tell you how to live your life, run your business, exist. That's the thing. And we all just kind of shrug our shoulders. Yeah, that's just the way it is. Yeah, it's a tough racket, politics. Alan in Rockford.
Morning, Dan, Amy. The phrase that we need to start repeating over and over again is indentured servitude. Those of us in the private sector are now indentured servitude to the rich and powerful in the public sector. They have us busting our tail day in and day out, 52 weeks a year, 60-plus hours a week, so they, the rich and wealthy public sector people, can take all of our money to the bank, and they'll do and say whatever it needs to be done so that they can retain their power.
Thanks, Alan.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Forecast for today, some rain right now. It's going to be on and off throughout the day, but it's going to be warm, a high near 80 degrees. For tomorrow, Friday, a morning shower in spots, otherwise cloudy. For the first game, Division Series, Game 1 against the Giants, it's going to be 57 degrees. And then Saturday looks pretty good, and so does Sunday. Saturday, mostly sunny, a high 63. In the Chicago Marathon weather, all you runners, you get a treat. It's going to be mostly sunny, a high of 68. Any treats on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
No, I mean, those marathon-related closures for setup of Columbus and Balboa and Jackson are causing big delays downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, just a solid mess from 31st to Jackson. Michigan Avenue's bottled up. Southbound delays on Lakeshore Drive or Bryn Mawr to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Eden's 45 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 40. The Kennedy, an hour and 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound an hour 10. The Eisenhower, an hour and a half. Thorndale to downtown outbound an hour and 40 minutes. There was a car fire at Beesterfield. Stevenson, an hour and 35 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 52 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tollways are all very heavy. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Business owners and managers, you likely aren't getting the most out of your phone system, and whether you realize it or not, you could be losing revenue. At AM 560, Innovative Networks is more than a client. They're also a company we work with and highly recommend. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing network solutions that scale with our business. And amazingly, they can replace your outdated phone system at no cost. Plus, provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. Your bottom line will improve, and you'll be better equipped to focus on growing your business. We're thrilled with Innovative Networks and suggest you call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, INET.com.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
You might not know it, but fall is the perfect time to feed your lawn. So this football season, you can spend halftime eating some lukewarm bean dip, or you can head outside and run some lawn feeding routes using Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard Fall Lawn Food. The conditions are ideal for grass to grow deep roots, so your lawn will be stronger come spring. So forget the room temperature dip. Get out there and pick up your bag today. Fall time is yard time with Scott's.
Liberty Mutual Insurance presents a story about pickles.
It's 2 a.m. and your pregnant wife needs pickles. So you pick up some green happiness but accidentally hit a parked car. Great. Something else to worry about. Luckily, Liberty Mutual Insurance has 24/7 claims assistance, so you can take care of your claim right away. Problem solved. Now, if only you bought the right pickles.
Click the banner to get a quote. You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance. Coverage is underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. Listen to Freedom any time of any day. Go to walshfreedom.com/podcast. Freedom returns at 5.
Dan and Amy, so we've got Hurricane Matthew that is causing evacuations in Florida and elsewhere. And for the latest on the storm, we're joined by
Eben Brown.
Eben Brown, a Fox News reporter, live in Miami. Eben, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hello, Eben.
Do we have Eben?
Oh, I guess the hurricane might be hitting as we speak.
We're having a little bit of trouble raising him. Okay, maybe I hope he's not facing the 145-mile-an-hour winds that have been advertised.
Well, it is a Category 4, and, they've issued states of emergency in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. South Carolina, the governor there, Nikki Haley, she demanded the evacuation of about 1 million people. And I-26, which is one of their main highways there, they reversed their direction. If you see the video, it's amazing. All the cars are driving out of town.
And then we're also concerned about what's happening places where it's already made landfall, like Haiti, and the impact there.
Yes, and in Haiti, they've dozens are dead. So many people are displaced from their homes, and they didn't have a great infrastructure system to begin with. But there is a reporter on the Weather Channel because when hurricanes happen, people turn to the experts. They turn to the Weather Channel where it's 24/7 coverage, nonstop. And there's a reporter. I don't know if you're familiar with her. Her name is Jennifer Delgado.
No,
you ever heard of her before?
I have not.
Well, Jennifer Delgado was talking, was kind of filling time, and she had this aerial map of Haiti and Dominican Republic right next door and how Dominican was green and Haiti was pretty barren. And she blamed it, the deforestation of trees because kids are hungry. Are you ready?
Can you notice what's different in this NASA image? You see all brown here and then green to the east. That's because this whole area has been essentially deforested. They take all the trees down. They burn the trees. Even the kids there, they're so hungry they actually eat the trees.
They eat trees.
Yeah, hyperbole.
I mean, it's good to have roughage in your diet.
Yeah, but here's the thing. According to North Carolina State University, the cause of the agriculture exploitation, Dan, is not because hungry children are eating trees. It's because of timber, of export markets, and the increasing local reliance on farming. So they're plowing down the trees so that they can farm the land.
Yeah.
Kids are not
good
eating trees. But I have to tell you, this morning she has issued an apology for her comments. They were inappropriate.
Great.
And she was speaking conjecture. She had no factual base to say that children in Haiti are eating trees.
And now I want an apology from Don Levin for saying MH370 disappeared into a black hole.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer. And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Polls show Americans don't care about economic inequality. If someone works for his money, our attitude is, good for you. To make us care, opponents of economic inequality resort to a gimmick. It works like this. 1, point to people who are suffering some hardship. 2, then point to people who are doing well. 3, imply the problem is not the hardship, but the gap between those who are doing well and those who aren't. 4, demand we fight the gap by bringing down the high flyers. We need to reject this gimmick. Gaps don't matter. We should feel bad for a blind child because he can't see, not because we can. If you want to understand and discover how to oppose the campaign against economic inequality, listen to my show. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
If you enjoy Yaron Brook's Moments of Objectivism, consider making a gift to support content like this from the Ayn Rand Institute. ARI fosters a growing awareness, understanding, and acceptance of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism to create a culture guided by the principles of reason, rational self-interest, individualism, and laissez-faire capitalism. To support this work, go to ariradio.com and click on the Donate button. Your tax-deductible gift will help to spread the message of Ayn Rand to the next generation.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
Congratulations to all who took the Balance of Nature Challenge. Success stories are pouring in.
Since I've been taking these supplements, these veggies and fruit, it's great. I feel energized.
I had my physical, and my glycemic index was down 0.4, or 6.4 down to 6.0. I was only on it for 2 months. And, edgy about getting my my numbers back on my glycemic reading. My blood test before I had my physical. When the doctor told me I was down 0.4, and he seemed surprised by it, I kind of smiled. I didn't tell him what I was doing,
Good health is only a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Cloudy rain and thunderstorms across the area in your forecast. We'll have your full forecast after Fox. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Matthew's making life miserable in the Bahamas. The hurricane's currently nailing Nassau, a big resort area. Storms already devastated parts of Haiti, destroying thousands of homes, killing at least 35 people. Florida will face the fury tonight, and Matthew might be a Category 4 by then, with stronger wind than the 125 miles an hour it now packs.
This could actually be one of the worst hurricanes that Florida has ever seen. We're talking about 200 miles of hurricane warnings, and this is going to be at least a 24-hour storm.
And Fox meteorologist Janice Dean says in that time, the eye with the most dangerous conditions could cross over land. Florida Governor Rick Scott a short while ago.
If you're watching and you're in an evacuation area, get out. Don't take a chance.
But not this woman in Cocoa Beach.
I just have confidence in the fact that, nothing's happened to me before.
People are also prepping or leaving from Georgia up to South Carolina along the projected storm path. Fox's Evan Brown is live in Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Dave, the skies here are cloudy and eerily calm, and a slight drizzle's just begun. It's reminding a lot of people who live here about what happened here 11 years ago when Hurricane Wilma shook the place up.
It tore off part of my roof, and it was like a nightmare at one point, but we got through it.
Now, conditions are expected to worsen rapidly in the coming hours. The unbroken breeze we've been feeling all morning is getting a bit heavier and the roadways a bit emptier. The wind, the rain, the storm surge will be catastrophic, and the people here know that, Dave.
About a week after a train plowed into a New Jersey station, killing a woman on the platform, injuring more than 100 others, New Jersey Transit has a new rule. A conductor must now join the engineer keeping watch as the train enters the station where the track ends. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas is in a hospital in the West Bank getting his heart checked after the 81-year-old reported feeling tired. Last week, he attended the funeral of former Israeli leader Shimon Peres. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
66 degrees, showers and thunderstorms crossing the area at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man in critical condition struck by a CTA Blue Line train in Chicago's Wicker Park neighborhood this morning. Blue Line trains were temporarily delayed. Normal service has since resumed. Chicago Teachers Union and CPS back at the bargaining table less than 1 week before a possible teachers' strike. The union has been without a contract since June of 2015. A Southwest suburban student accused of threatening to bring weapons to Hinsdale South High Schools facing felony weapons charges. DuPage County prosecutors say the 16-year-old is being held at a juvenile facility. Chicago aldermen are moving forward with Mayor Emanuel's plan to reform the city's system of investigating police misconduct. Mayor says the city took a major step forward, approving his ordinance replacing IPRA with the Civilian Office of Police Accountability.
These are changes we should make and want to make to give people the confidence that there's accountability, there's oversight.
Emanuel did receive some criticism for postponing the appointment of a civilian panel to be in charge of choosing a permanent chief for COPA. Giants and Cubs in Game 1 of the NLDS at Wrigley Field on Friday after Madison Bumgarner threw a 4-hitter. The Giants advance out of the wild card game with a 3-0 shutout of the Mets. The American League Division Series get underway today. Indians taking on Boston's Rick Porcello, while the Rangers go with Cole Hamels against the Blue Jays. The News, a service of Mothers Against Drunk Driving, supporting victims of drunk driving, drug driving, and underage drinking at no charge. Call their 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MAD-HELP, or visit madd.org. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here is Ginny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, tech website Recode says Google does not plan to make a bid for Twitter. Apple says it's not likely to be one of the possible suitors, and Disney is not going to make an offer. Salesforce is still believed to be interested in Twitter. The U.S. Supreme Court is now hearing a case that could define exactly what is insider trading. An Illinois man was convicted after making more than $1 million on information that came from his brother-in-law. The administrator of the Small Business Administration is being asked to help investigate the Wells Fargo account scandal. House Small Business Committee Chairman Steve Chabot wants Administrator Maria Contreras-Sweet to be involved. Chabot says small businesses were also victims of accounts opened without their permission. The Dow closed up 112 yesterday. NASDAQ added 26. S&P gained 9. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. Born and raised in Chicagoland, my partners and I knew this city needed a locally owned business bank. As fellow entrepreneurs, we know the challenges facing businesses, and we are invested in our customers' success. We are here to build mutually beneficial, long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We look forward to helping our customers reach their goals every day, and we are here to see them succeed. At Signature Bank, you work directly with decision makers who understand your business and can deliver on their promises.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
These days, you gotta have a side hustle. And I'm not talking about a 9-to-5. I'm talking about driving with Uber. It's the ultimate side hustle. You wanna earn extra money? Drive with Uber. Have a few spare hours here and there? Drive with Uber. You like the idea of being your own boss? Drive with Uber. You'd make a great boss. You're probably driving right now. You should be earning. If you want your car to start making you money, Then visit uber.com/drive now and get your side hustle on today. That's uber.com/drive now.
You're listening to the actual sound of Jupiter. Its electromagnetic waves were captured by a probe and beamed roughly 365 million miles to scientists on Earth. But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. They'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at vonage.com/it'saboutTime.
8:07. Let's check the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The combination of rain and Chicago Marathon setup has led to complete gridlock in downtown Chicago, with Columbus now closed, Roosevelt to Congress, along with the closures of Jackson and Balboa. Northbound Lakeshore Drive is just a solid mess from 31st to Jackson. Northbound Michigan Avenue is solid mess from Cermak into downtown. Good luck finding an alternate anywhere nearby. And southbound Lakeshore Drive's no picnic either, with delays Bryn Mawr to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. The Kennedy, an hour and a half. O'Hare to downtown, 48 minutes from Montrose, 40 in the Express. Outbound an hour and 5 minutes to O'Hare. Edens, 45 minutes. Lake Coke to Montrose, outbound 42. The Eisenhower, an hour and a half. Thorndale to downtown, outbound an hour and 40 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 25 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 55 minutes. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound delays, Washington to 176 and 2E to the Irving Park toll. Northbound Cicero to 31st, and from the Reagan tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. The other tollways are all heavier than normal. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
We'll have a mix of sun and clouds today with a shower or a thunderstorm around for the day and a shower or thunderstorm tonight. It will be warm with a high getting up to 79 and a low tonight 66. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Light rain and thunderstorms across the area, 63 at O'Hare. Next news 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Military Mortgage Talk with host Tony Gatliff. Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I want to hear from parents on this one. Parents of high school students. You're going to be the parent of two high school students soon.
Yeah, in 2 years. Wow, that went by quickly.
And two boys, Peyton and Eli, of course. The question is this. Is there a crisis of discrimination against boys in K through 12 education? Is there a crisis of discriminating against boys based on their gender in K through 12 education?
I have to tell you, my son, Eli, would agree with you 100%. He even says, and he repeated it all summer long, my teacher hated me because I was a boy. She likes all the girls better and hates the boys and treats us differently. And he has even been calling and crying out discrimination for a long time when it comes to that.
Well, let me
favoritism.
Let me provide the data.
Is my son onto something?
To inform the discussion. Draw your own conclusions, or we'll get to the conclusions. But here's the data. Academic records of high school students who took the 2016 SAT test by gender. Okay. Top 10% of the class, 56 to 44 female. Second 10% of the class, so top 20%, so second 10%, 54-46 female. So of those who took the SAT test in 2016, 56 to 44 female, top 10% of the class, 54-46 female, second 10% of the class. GPA of the A's, 60% effectively rounding, 60% to 40% female to male. Even B's, a slight edge to females, 51% to 49%. And then, of course, it flips for C's, D's, and below, 60-40 male. More than 4 years of study by discipline. Math, English, 56-44 female. Math, 53-47 female. Natural science, 55-45 female. Social sciences, 55-45 female. Foreign languages, 59-41 female. Arts and music, 64-36 female. AP honor courses, English, 61-39 female. Math, 55-45 female. Natural sciences, 56-44 female. Social sciences, 57-43 female. Foreign language, 61-39 female. Art, music, 65-35 female. Do we have K through 12 education systems that are discriminatorily focused on females to the exclusion or to the diminution of males?
Or could it just be that females are smarter than males?
Yeah.
Because that's a possibility, or is that too hard of a pill to swallow?
Well,
for you guys out there.
Oh, yeah, it's an ego thing. It's interesting. So let's take math.
All right, because math and science, two of my favorite subjects.
Yes, exactly. You're living proof.
Let's go over the primary numbers again.
So math, more than 4 years of study, 53-47 female. AP honors courses in math, 55-45 female. The SAT scores by gender and ethnicity, men continue, as they have for the last 40 years, to have a 30-point advantage in the SAT scores in the math section over females. And it's across every race. American Indian, the difference is plus 25 for men, 25 points on the SAT. SAT math results 2016, so apples to apples here in terms of academic record and SAT performance. Asian, 24-point advantage, Asian men over Asian women. African Americans, 8-point advantage, African American men over women. Hispanic, 27-point. White, 32 points. Overall, it averages to be about 30-point advantage men across race over women with respect to SAT performance in the math section. And yet, 55-45, you have women populating AP honors courses in math as compared to men. Why would that be? Is this sexism? Because if the numbers were reversed, if all of the numbers I just read were reversed, what would we be saying? Would we be saying there's a crisis in K through 12 education? Women are being left behind. They're being subjected to the discriminatory marginalization of the patriarchal system. Why do we have all these women's commissions and women's centers at the university level? Do we have men's centers and men's commissions? Because the numbers, and when you get to degrees at the next level, post-secondary, the numbers are very similar to the numbers I mentioned here. Well, and of course they are. One thing leads to the other. You're getting more than 4 years of study in all these disciplines. You're taking AP honors courses in all these disciplines. That's going to put you on a path to outperform, if you just look at male versus female, when it comes to bachelor's degrees and, except for the hard sciences, professional degrees, post-secondary BA, BS to master's degrees and beyond.
So the
advanced
system's
degrees.
so the system's absolutely failing an entire generation of boys.
I'm not saying that. I'm asking the question because would we be saying that, or would we not we be saying it, but would we be hearing that if the numbers were reversed? That's my question. 312-642-5600. Is this prima facie evidence of academic sexism? Because wouldn't we be saying that if the numbers were reversed? Would we? I don't know. I mean, it's one of the...
yeah, we would be.
Okay.
All the ladies would be upset. All these women's commissions, Gloria Steinem, they'd be out of their mind. Yeah, so it is a little bit reverse gender bias behavior. And I don't like it particularly because I have two boys, and I want them to have the same opportunities that the girls have.
And a kind of a related story, the Obama administration released its report Advancing Diversity in Law Enforcement yesterday. Diversity. And diversity means...
what does that mean? And put that copy back on my desk. I mean, why are you stealing stuff off my desk?
Diversity means more non-white men.
Isn't diversity an old wooden ship?
Yes, exactly. An old pirate ship, yes. Used to port in Santiago.
You know what that means.
But, we don't like discriminating against anybody because of their, based on their race, precluding them from opportunity because of their race, right? Of course not. But the whole disparate treatment, disparate impact discussion that is the centerpiece of all Obama administration and leftist thinking, how come it doesn't work the other way? If you discriminate on behalf of someone because of their race, because that's exactly what
is advanced in this Advancing Diversity in Law Enforcement report issued by the Obama administration. The end result, as National Review Online reported today, the federal government is encouraging recruitment, hiring, and retention with an eye on skin color and national origin. So discriminating against somebody based on their national origin or their skin color, bad. Discriminating on behalf of someone because of their national origin or skin color, good. Discriminating against someone because of their gender, if you're female, bad. Discriminating on behalf of someone, if you're female, good. I'm confused. Can someone help? Let's go to Lucy in Bartlett. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Actually,
Larry, excuse me.
But
it's Lucy. Are you feeling like a Lucy?
Lucy, you have a very deep voice.
And you just really hurt my brain. I'm trying to imagine a Venn diagram for all of this. I was initially going to say, I'm surprised that you and Amy, you missed the main point. It's not male-female. It should now be male-female transgender.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
You start throwing in race and everything else, you're going to have, 419 circles in that Venn diagram?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Larry, a.k.a. Lucy. You're right. I mean, in the era where we have our first non-binary post-gender vice presidential nominee, I shouldn't be stuck in this binary world of male and female. Yeah, it's a fair point.
The right-hand person.
Fair point that Larry Lucy makes. Jane in Burr Ridge.
I am so glad that you're discussing this. I have 3 kids, 2 girls, a boy. The oldest is a daughter, and she's off the charts brilliant. So she was going to go to medical school, and all of a sudden she said to me, Mom, what am I doing? They're going to give me preference over a man. I want to get married. I want to have children. I have a house. I have all these other things in my life, and I'm going to spend 4 years in college, 4 years in medical school, 4 years to probably do some kind of a specialty. She said that, and then 4 years of residency. She said, this is ridiculous. She said, we should be putting the young males there. I mean, that's all they're going to have. No male is ever going to give birth. They should be the ones who are getting into medical school, not us.
Oh, Jane, please make sure your daughter immediately reads Gender Gap by Bella Abzug to disabuse her of these silly thoughts of having a family and raising a family. Oh, my goodness. She should.
You know what? Even the doctors, of some of her friends have become doctors, and they now are getting married and having children and all of that. My daughter reads Ayn Rand. She doesn't read Bella Abzug.
There you go. All right. Thanks for the call, Jane. Amelia in Orland Park.
Hi, my name is Amelia.
Hi.
Thank you so much. I really enjoy your program. It's an interesting topic. I've noticed it myself while I'm a mom of 2 kids. I have noticed that if a boy in grammar school acts up or misbehaves, that carries with him from grade to grade, and teachers talk, and then he's treated as a troublemaker as he goes through the grades, and it's difficult for him to outgrow that reputation that he has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I prefer the term white oppressor to troublemaker.
Oh, really?
I think we should be a little bit more, hard edge when it comes to at least non-people of color, young men. Thanks for the call, Amelia. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. So that's why I go to the parental experience in these schools. Do you see any reasons that could help explain the disparity of numbers across the board between male and female academic performance in high school? Let's go to Bob in Buffalo Grove.
Yeah, this is Bob from Buffalo Grove. I participate in a lot of STEM outreach programs, competitions. When it comes to boys, I see a disproportionate number of boys in the various robotics competitions. It's almost exclusively boys.
Yeah.
And then if you talk about engineering careers, it's almost 90% male.
Yeah, well, right. So is spearfishing. So is, crabbing in the Bering Sea.
Coal mining.
What's your point?
What's that got to do? It's just the fact that there's differences with regards to boys and girls.
Well, right. Yeah, okay. But thanks for the call. I mean,
he's saying that their education level and their brilliance isn't skewed by a teacher being biased. That's what I thought.
I don't. Well, I know. I mean, I'm aware that robotics competitions are full of dorks like me. I got that. Yeah, that is not news to anybody. It's like saying, "Did you know that it's mostly boys who plays Dungeons and Dragons?" Yeah, I know. Yeah. I played it. I got that. That's not. The question is, if these numbers that I just ticked off on academic performance and compare that to, for example, SAT scores in math, if they were reversed, there would be a hue and cry about a systemic sexism. And so I don't hear an easy explanation because more boys are engineers. Yeah, I got that. Right. Yeah, I get that. And also, by the way, in the collegiate level, same thing going on. Phil on the Northwest side.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Nobody's American. That's what it is. This is anti-nationalist, international communist teaching. When I was a kid, all the adults had bumper stickers on their cars. America, love it or leave it. All it comes down to is you're either African-American or Spanish-American or Irish-American, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No one's American. You all have to be pinned into little groups, and then we all have to fight each other while they rob us for trillions.
All right, thanks, Phil. Dennis in Elmhurst.
Yeah, I got a Palmer point. I have 3 boys and 3 girls.
Okay.
The youngest is a freshman in high school now, girl. I think the difference is the girls mature sooner and they take things more seriously sooner. The boys take a little longer. All 3 of my boys, same thing, kind of dragged through school. When they got it in high school and college, they excelled. The girls start from second grade and start really working hard, and I think that's why you see those tests the way they are. And the other thing is, most of my girls and boys took the ACT, not the SAT. So I don't know where those would they'd probably be in line with what you're reading, Dan.
All right, thanks.
That's my comment.
You know,
thanks for the call, Dennis.
Because women mature faster than men.
Some of us never mature. Rick and Downers Grove, you're in Chicago's Morning Answer.
And there's that.
Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, I do. I really like your show.
Thank you.
I think you're saying like there's more women graduating from college with degrees and all that, but based on what Amy says about her friends voting for Hillary Clinton, I don't think these educations are taking because it doesn't seem like they're thinking too clear.
All right, thanks for the call, Rick.
I could be wrong, but I believe diversity is an old wooden ship that was used during the Civil War era.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today, it's pretty dicey out there. Some rain. We had some thunderstorms, some lightning this morning. Rain's going to be in and out throughout the day, so don't make any plans outdoors. We're going to have a high of 79 degrees. Then tomorrow, let's talk about tomorrow for Game 1 of the Division Series, your Chicago Cubs versus the Giants. We're going to have a morning shower. Otherwise, it's going to be cloudy. Not as warm, a high of 68. No rain during game time. Saturday is spectacular, sunny, 63. And for the Chicago Marathon, Dan now is on his 19th mile, getting ready for the race. It's going to be mostly sunny and a high of 68.
I'm beating Oprah this year.
High of 68 degrees. Let's get the travel times into the traffic center with a very busy man this morning. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Right on, Amy and Dan. The combination of the rain and those marathon closures, which now include Columbus, they're causing just gridlock in the South Loop in the downtown area. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, actually the delays extend now all the way from Oakwood up to Jackson. 40 minutes, 67th to Jackson and northbound Lakeshore Drive. The delays on northbound Michigan Avenue start before Cermak. It's a solid mess. The Edens is 45 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 42 to Kennedy. An hour and a half. O'Hare to downtown. 50 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express. Outbound an hour to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound an hour 20. Stevenson, delays starting at Weber, an hour and 13 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 55 minutes. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State jammed, Cicero to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Veterans Memorial, it's slow from 127th almost all the way to 290. And 8094 is big westbound delays from I-65 to Kennedy. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
October is Glocktober at Schrank Smoke & Gun. For every Glock firearm purchased, you'll receive 3 free gifts, including a Glock 4 pistol range bag, a Glock bench mat, and a box of range ammo valued at $80. What a deal! Schrank's has dozens of Glock models in stock, from the Glock 42 and 380 ACP to the Glock 20 and 10 millimeter. And with the largest selection of new, used, and consignment firearms in Lake County, you'll avoid the Cook County firearm and ammo tax with just a short drive north. For gunsmithing, you know you can count on family-owned Schrank's. Take advantage of Schrank's special Glocktober sale by purchasing a Glock and receiving your free gifts. And cigar lovers, be sure to stock up from Schrank's humidors. Visit smokethelettern.gun.org or call 847-662-4034. That's 847-662-4034. Schrenk Smoke and Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100-plus job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100-plus job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Dr. Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery agree.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery in Arlington Heights, Elgin, and Lake Zurich. As an oral surgeon and business owner, I recognize the importance of relationships. I need a bank that responds quickly and creatively and understands the unique needs of healthcare practices. Cornerstone has been a valuable business partner. It's helped me grow my practice and seize opportunities as they come up. Whether it's a line of credit, financing equipment, or real estate, Cornerstone is there for me.
Thank you, Doctor. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender. Member FDIC.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
My name is Frank Pellegrini. 30-some years ago, I founded a company called Prairie Title, and we've been doing business with Townstone Financial for many years. Townstone is prepared. Townstone is transparent. Townstone serves the consumer. Townstone is there to make sure that the deal goes right and communicates very seamlessly with us at the closing, before the closing, and after the closing. It is a very well-oiled machine.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, we got to squeeze this in by popular demand. Amy Jacobson's voting history, I got it right here. Let's see.
Let's start in the early 2000s.
It starts off a little slow in, let's see, going back to 2002. We'll just do 2002.
The primary.
Well, right, because that's the only way we know, which ballot you pulled. 2002 primary, Democrat.
Okay.
2004 primary, Democrat. 2006 primary, Democrat. 2008 primary, Democrat.
Well, yeah, I told people, and people know I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2008 in the primary, but not in the general. And then what happened?
2009 special primary, Democrat.
That I didn't have a choice. That was a runoff because Rahm left for Washington, and I was one of 34 people in my whole section that voted, even cared to vote. And so I didn't have a Republican ballot to pull, so don't put that hate on me, Bobby Ricky.
And then I ran for governor in 2010, and it all changed.
And then what happened?
2010 primary, Republican.
And who did I vote for in the primary? DP. Go on.
Thank you very much. My one vote from Lakeview. 2012 primary, Republican.
Thank
2014 primary, Republican.
Thank you.
I don't have 2016, but I know you voted Republican. And so, you're welcome, Chicago. I've converted another one, Amy Jacobson.
And coming up on the great ones, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Andy McCarthy from National Review Online will help us understand these curious side deals that Hillary Clinton's aides got from the federal government. That's at 8:38.
And how much does it cost for fat people to fly? We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Rain and thunderstorms, 67 degrees, but it is nothing like the havoc being wreaked by Hurricane Matthew in the Caribbean. 15 killed so far. Haiti, Dominican Republic, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines all pummeled, and now the Category 4 Hurricane Matthew has Florida dead in its sights.
Time is running out. This is clearly going to either have a direct hit or come right along our coast, and we're going to have hurricane force winds. There are no excuses. You need to leave.
Governor Rick Scott in Florida saying the coast needs to prepare for a direct, possibly deadly hit, he says. The presidential candidates canceling events in Florida as those in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas turn their attention to storm preparations and evacuations. This morning, Republican nominee Donald Trump tweeted out he's praying for Florida. New report shows veterans are still dying, waiting for appointments in the Phoenix VA healthcare system. Whistleblower Brandon Coleman this morning believes the heads of the system need to be held accountable.
Sloan Gibson and Secretary McDonald preach accountability across the United States. But my question is where's the accountability all the way to the top? This IG report came out recently, happened on their watch.
The report from the VA Inspector General's office states 215 patients died last year waiting at the Phoenix VA. Friends, family, and colleagues are mourning the death of a veteran L.A. Sheriff's deputy. Sergeant Steve Owen, responding to a burglary call, was shot and killed. When a suspect opened fire, that suspect was arrested. A man in critical condition struck by a CTA Blue Line train in Chicago's Wicker Park neighborhood. Chicago Teachers Union and CPS back at the bargaining table less than 1 week before a possible teachers' strike. And an autopsy is planned for later today on the body of an 8-year-old refugee from the Congo who died just after landing in Chicago. Customs officials say young David Diemi landed at O'Hare with his family on an incoming flight from Dubai after leaving the Congo. Chicago sports, it will be the Giants and Cubs in Game 1 of the NLDS after Madison Bumgarner threw a 4-hitter and the Giants advance with a wild-card win over the Mets. The news, a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to always ensure you get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with a $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher explains what a Trump win means.
Do you realize that a victory for Donald Trump is a defeat for the New York Times? Beating Hillary means you're going to beat NBC? I don't think I've ever wanted a presidential candidate to win as badly as I want Donald Trump to win, if for no other reason that it's going to wipe the smirks off so many people.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Plus up your day with Centrum Silver multivitamins, upgraded with more vitamin D3. It's a healthy addition you can feel good about.
Congratulations to all who took the Balance of Nature Challenge. Success stories are pouring in.
I've been singing the product's praises to everybody I talked to.
I didn't have any real ailments to say, but I'm older and I was an ex-smoker and I did have some things that were kind of borderline and, I had a clean bill of health. I would love to have it forever because I felt strongly about it and because also of my lifestyle, I do not incorporate the fruits and vegetables that one person should have in a daily basis. So I thought this would be a very good thing.
For me, it's working.
Good health is only a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
It is 8:36. Check the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens Expressway, inbound delays start around Oakton, 45 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 50 to Kennedy, an hour and 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 50 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express, outbound 57 to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and a half. Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour and 20 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 20 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. Ride is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, southbound stop and go. Bryn Mawr to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound jammed solid. Oakwood to Jackson with marathon closures downtown, including Columbus now. Tri-State southbound heavy Washington to Bradley and 2E to the Irving Park Toll. Northbound stop and go Cicero to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Adams Tollway delays from the Elgin Toll to 31. Higgins to Roselle and Elmhurst to Lee. Reagan Tollway from 31 to 59 and 83 to the Tri-State Veterans Memorial. Slow 127th most of the way to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Showers and storms around this morning. We expect some sun to break out this afternoon, a high of 79, cooling off overnight with chance of a shower, low 65. 63 at O'Hare, 65 along the lakefront, rain and thunderstorms across the area. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so there was a moment that has been overshadowed now by the vice presidential debate and the look ahead to the Sunday town hall debate between Trump and Hillary. But there was a moment that got a lot of attention from the D.C. press corps between Hillary Clinton and a 15-year-old girl at a town hall Hillary hosted in Haverford, Pennsylvania earlier this week. The girl's name, Brennan Leach.
Yeah, I saw her. She was a cute girl. She had some dark-rimmed glasses on. Cute, not overweight or anything, just, normal, average.
Hey, take it easy, Trump. Take it easy, Trump.
You know what, Dan, I think her BMI might have been 18 or under. What? I'm just saying I looked at her because I was wondering what she looked like. Okay, I was curious. I stopped to look.
Here's the question and answer. Here's the question that svelte 15-year-old Brennan Leach asked Hillary Clinton.
Hi, Madam Secretary. I'm Brennan, and I'm 15 years old. At my school, body image is a really big issue for girls my age. I see with my own eyes the damage Donald Trump does when he talks about women and how they look. As the first female president, how would you undo some of that damage and help girls understand that they are so much more than just what they look like?
Why don't you just watch Girls, Lena Dunham? She doesn't care about body image.
Oh, my. See, you're playing right into it.
Oh, no.
You're feeding into all the insecurities and anger.
Oh, no, I didn't do that.
You are.
Oh, no. I apologize profusely. Here's Hillary Clinton's empathetic answer. Didn't see that question coming out of left field, did she?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you. Wow. I am so proud of you for asking that question. And I think both Chelsea and I would like to say something about this.
Oh, Chelsea, let's rope her in, too. By the way, Jake Tapper made a good point that it's a little unfair how the Trump children are being treated as compared to Chelsea. Chelsea doesn't get grilled the way that the Trump children do when she's surrogating for the Clintons. Jake Tapper admitting that on CNN yesterday. Okay. But in terms of, so Hillary's proud of the question. Brennan, the courage to ask that question. Except a YouTuber named Spanglevision decided to...
Excuse me.
Spanglevision. Did you get your mind out of the gutter? He decided to dig a little bit deeper and found out a little bit more about Brennan Leach. That's not her first foray into politics. He was tipped off by the fact that she was the only individual asking Hillary Clinton a question at that town hall forum that had it prepared on a card, typewritten. She was reading from a card where everybody else was just asking off the cuff because it was supposed to be, spontaneous questions. And here's an ad that Brennan Leach was in, a political ad, for her father, who just happens to be a Pennsylvania Democratic state senator named Dalen Leach.
The people in Congress who voted for this plan had to labor under historically difficult circumstances.
He seems like a great guy, but everything he's talking about happened in the past, way before I was born. My dad, Dalen Leach, is running for Congress to fight for the future. He'll make sure the banks in Wall Street play fair. He'll make sure there are fewer guns on the street so our neighborhood is safe for me and my little brother. He'll even expand Social Security for our grandparents.
Yeah, I love hearing an 8-year-old give a dissertation on Social Security. But here's the point. Dalen Leach, her father, the state senator, Brennan Leach, the daughter, not only used as a political prop by her dad and now Hillary Clinton, she's also a child actor. So that whole thing, that whole moment at that town hall forum in Pennsylvania was staged. So you had little Hillary Clinton asking old Hillary Clinton that question.
And something else that was staged that we learned yesterday through a leaked memo from the Steve Harvey show, which is taped right here in Chicago at the NBC Tower. Not only did they provide Hillary Clinton her campaign with the questions, they provided in what order they will be asked and how she will respond. So Clinton evidently needed to be informed in advance that Harvey would ask her whether she prefers deep dish pizza or thin crust.
Well, you need time to think about that.
And then in quotes, he may even follow up with hot sauce or no hot sauce.
Yeah.
Other hardball questions Clinton was warned about included, how does being a mom and now grandmother affect how you shape your policy?
Right.
And how your campaign's obviously off to a great start. How are things different this time around for you?
And then, of course, the big answer that came away from that interview that was set up by Steve Harvey, who, there's kind of a mutual admiration society between suits. I mean, he's got the zoot suit, she's got the pantsuit. But the question that she responded to was that she's the white person whisperer. She can go talk to white people about this police brutality matter and see if we can't.
Well, that was off the record. They didn't talk. I mean, that was not a part of the conversation. And then she faked
it was
this.
A part of the conversation.
Well, she had this, oh my goodness reaction when Steve Harvey showed her a picture of when she was 12 years old, and that's the exact copy of which appeared on her memo.
Well, it's a perfect segue to our next guest. He, of course, is our friend Andy McCarthy, former federal prosecuted the first World Trade Center bombers, and a columnist at National Review Online. Andy, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
How are you guys doing?
Good. Well, I want to pick up on this piece that you wrote because you've been, given your background as a federal prosecutor, you've been all over the DOJ, FBI treatment of Clinton and all of her allies with respect to the homebrew server and all the associated issues. And you write at nationalreview.com about these side deals that have just been unearthed thanks to a little bit of digging by House Judiciary Committee Chairman Bob Goodlatte, a Republican from Virginia. It wasn't just immunity that Cheryl Mills and Heather Samuelson and other Clinton associates received. There were side deals associated with that immunity that are even more curious than the immunity deals themselves. Can you explain?
Yeah, sure. The immunity deals, to begin with, are preposterous in and of themselves, even if they weren't attended by these side deals, because what we're talking about is key evidence in the investigation, the laptop computers that were used to vet Mrs. Clinton's emails to decide which ones the State Department would get and which ones she would hoard and then destroy, right? That evidence could have been obtained if they had gone to the grand jury and just issued a subpoena. They didn't want to go to the grand jury because going to the grand jury suggests that a case is going to be indicted, which if that got out could have been very damaging for Mrs. Clinton's campaign. So without the grand jury and the ability to compel the production of evidence without having to make any concessions, they were left to, grant preposterous concessions in order to obtain this evidence. So they traded immunity from prosecution for anything that might have been found on the computers in order to get these two people, Cheryl Mills and Heather Samuelson, to surrender their computers. And now we learn on the basis of these side deals that the FBI severely limited itself in terms of the time frame of information on the computers that it was allowed to look at, including saying that it wouldn't look at anything that was dated after January 31st, 2015, when it looks like, from everything else we know about the investigation, the main obstruction of justice evidence in the case is in March 2015. It occurs about 6 weeks after the date that they said they wouldn't look at anything past. And secondly, not only did they tie their hands and blind themselves to some of what must have been on these computers, they also cut a deal that said when they were done with their review, they would destroy the evidence. They would destroy the computers. Now, I've heard people say, in what kind of how could it possibly be that the FBI would ever destroy evidence? And I think that takes it too far. If we were talking about a terrorism case where they found explosives, or a big drug case where they found, piles of illegal cocaine or heroin, of course they would destroy those things in the public interest at whatever point they would know.
Andy?
Preposterous.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, you cut out for a second there. You were talking about they would destroy that evidence in a drug case at what point, and then we lost you for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. They would destroy it at the point where it was no longer relevant. The trials are all over, or, everybody's agreed that whatever record they made of that evidence is sufficient to use it in the trial or whatever. But laptop computers, there's no public interest in destroying a laptop computer. It's ridiculous.
So how did all of this emails, how did Hillary jeopardize our national security? I know it might be conjecture on your part, but how could she have put us in danger or in a vulnerable position?
Well, in a variety of ways. First of all, she was clearly, we know, both storing on her system, and there were transmissions on her system in the way of email about matters that involve the highest national defense secrets in our country, including very top secret information that relates to methods of intelligence gathering and sources of intelligence. So, you put those people at risk. But just the whole premise, Amy, of having a system, and remember, she systematically conducted all of her government business on this non-government, non-secure system, making it much easier for hostile governments or anyone who really is a competent hacker to get into her system. And the FBI said that they didn't find evidence that was done, but they also said they wouldn't expect to find evidence if it was done because it's easy enough to do without using or leaving sort of cyber fingerprints on it. And the thought that the Russians and the Chinese and other competent intelligence agencies didn't intrude on a non-secure system when we know that they successfully intrude at times into our secure systems is just absurd. You couldn't make that assumption safely.
Well, so this is a question I got to ask you. So particularly in light of these side deals now with Unearthed, and every time there's new information that comes to the fore, it looks more and more like the FBI and Department of Justice were proactively imposing safeguards to ensure no one gets prosecuted for anything. And Jim Comey, we've talked about this before on the show. You have respect for him, straight arrow, person of integrity. He has been put before congressional committees to defend the indefensible, and he's done it. And so I just wonder how you look at this and look at FBI Director Comey now with all of this information coming to light. And if that changes your characterization of Comey, or if there's some other plausible explanation for everything that we see here and what you wrote about National Review yesterday.
Jim Comey's a guy who I've liked and admired for 30 years, and there's not one single thing that's going to change my mind about him. On the other hand, I have to do my job as objectively as I can, regardless of how he does his job. So I'm not going to read his mind, and you can fault me for that because it may be that I have a bias in this regard that I wouldn't have in another connection. But I've tried to call it as straight as I could call it, evaluating this. And when you say he's defending the indefensible, I wouldn't argue with that. I think he's defending the indefensible.
All right. He is Andy McCarthy. The piece in National Review Online that you want to check out at nationalreview.com. Hillary Clinton email scandal, side deals, FBI and Department of Justice politicized. It's a good read. It really helps people to understand exactly what's going on versus what perhaps should have been going on. Andy McCarthy, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a great weekend.
You too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
See Alan West, Michelle Malkin, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Mike Gallagher, townhall.com political editor Guy Benson, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
You've been holding your breath this election season. How will the results affect your financial situation? Will the outcome help you or hurt you when it comes to your investments? What if you were able to prosper no matter who wins the presidency? Are all your finances secure and immune from any way the crazy market ends up going? Online Trading Academy can help you achieve this power. They'll set you up with all the inside info to make informed decisions so you can become your own expert. It's easy to get started. Just text the word income to 313131 to receive 2 free passes to a half-day workshop at Online Trading Academy's Lombard Training Center. You'll learn how to start calling the shots so you can make money when the markets go up, down, or sideways. This is a free seminar with limited seating. Register your seat now. Text the word income to 313131. You'll even receive a $247 free home study kit. Just text the word income to 313131. Learn from the pros and reserve your seat today. Standard data and text rates apply.
Get to Kohl's Thursday through Monday because friends and family like you take an extra 20% off. That's an extra 20% off on top of already low sale prices store-wide, which makes 3/4 zip fleece for him only $14.39 and V-neck fleece for her just $9.59. Plus, everyone gets $10 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent. Now that's the good stuff. Kohl's. Select styles, offer valid 10/6 through 10/10. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Lawns love fall. They love backyard touch football and kids diving into leaf piles. But what lawns really love is fall's cool air and warm soil. That's why now is the time to use Scott's Turf Builder grass seed to help repair and thicken your lawn from the long summer. Scott's Turf Builder grass seed grows grass quicker, thicker, and greener, guaranteed. So pick up a bag today. Fall time is yard time with Scott's.
Hey, experience the Joffrey Ballet's critically acclaimed Romeo and Juliet, October 13th through the 23rd at the Auditorium Theater. The Chicago Sun-Times has called it a masterpiece on every level. So visit joffrey.org to purchase tickets. And AM 560 The Answer is giving away 5 pairs of tickets through our mobile app. So download or visit our app now to register for your chance to win.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Hillary doesn't like it when women are called names, unless she's the one doing it. It was Hillary who deemed Monica Lewinsky a narcissistic Looney Tune. Hillary doesn't like it when a woman claiming to be a sexual assault victim is treated with skepticism, unless she's the one doing it. Hillary's message to sexual assault victims was, you have the right to be believed. But Hillary refused to extend that right to Kathleen Willey, Juanita Broderick, and 8 other women who accused Bill Clinton of sexual assault or harassment. As a sentinel for the left, Hillary's standard changes when the target of the accusations does. As for those on the center right who inexplicably accept the left's premise that personal character can be separated from public responsibility and suggest we leave Bill Clinton's so-called indiscretions in the past, please consider connecting the dots to the present. The issue is thus: Hillary's behavior toward women in response to Bill's behavior toward women against the standards she advocates for behavior toward women. At best, Hillary was an accessory after the fact to Bill's boorish and perhaps criminal treatment of women. And if you don't acknowledge this to be a relevant issue, then so are you.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production.
I vote to keep it going.
With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs.
Opportunity and economic growth for our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election,
I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-519-7796. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-519-7796.
Citadel LLC has an opening for the position of quantitative researcher located in Chicago, Illinois. Job duties for the position include developing quantitative models for portfolio construction and optimization across different business areas at the firm. This is a full-time position. To apply, send resumes by mail to Employee Relations, L-W. Attention, R0269, Citadel LLC, 131 South Dearborn Street, 32nd floor, Chicago, Illinois, 60603.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance, but they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mike Rowe's the man.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rowe's the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rowe's the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
AM 560, The Answer.
We'll get to our flying fat story tomorrow.
Yeah, you and Sean from Elmwood Park can pour over that one. That should be entertaining.
Yeah, we're going to have an arranged marriage for a day. We'll see how our speed dating goes. But thanks so much for making us part of your morning. Thanks to James Thompson, not the governor, but for sitting in for David Stripling today. And Keith Conrad, our new executive producer of the program. And thanks to all of you for listening. And Dan, have a nice day off.
Thank you.
I'll miss you.
Oh, parting is such sweet sorrow.
I haven't seen you enough this week. But we'll be back tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. But now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Fox with the latest on Hurricane Matthew crossing the Bahamas and has Florida in its sights this morning. A teen accused of threatening to bring weapons to a suburban high school is charged. Chicago alderman approved Mayor Emanuel's police reform ordinance. Cubs will face the Giants in the NLDS. There are rain and thunderstorms crossing the area this morning. Full forecast after Fox, WIND, Chicago News Time, 9.
What kinds of questions will your kids ask today?
Why do I have a belly button?
Well?
What's pornography?
Back up. Why does Jeannie have 2 moms?
As a parent, you need solid answers now, because it sure doesn't get any easier the older they get.
How do I know if I'm in love?
Focus on the Family can help with biblically sound parenting advice for families of all ages and life stages. Visit our parenting forum at focusonthefamily.com today.
Focus on the Family, tomorrow morning at 11:30 on AM 1160.
WYLL Chicago.
Hillsong Let Hope Rise. It's in theaters right now, and to celebrate the release of the movie, well, we're giving away CD soundtracks through the AM 1160 mobile app. You can enter for a chance to win right now by downloading our app if you don't already have